Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Could I ask Ms. Dr. Aluli-Meyer or Meyer Aluli to return to the witness stand, please? And the next cross-examiner is Mr. Freitas. Thank you, Jean. Thank you. Dr. Aluli-Meyer, the testimony you're about to give will continue again under the oath you took earlier to tell the truth. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Freitas will be the next person to cross-examine. I note the appearance at this time of Mr. Kanaile, so we will take him after Mr. Freitas.
Good afternoon, Dr. Manulani Aluli-Meyer.
Aloha.
It makes me proud to say that. Doctor. Mahalo. Thank you for all your accomplishments and all you do for Native Indigenous people, as well as Native Hawaiians, as myself. I am Kanaka Maole ko Pai Aina. Under threat, duress, and coercion, I come into this court, into this jurisdiction, because of the occupation of the United States. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Because of the things that I know today, and the truth, do you believe that identify myself under threat, duress, and coercion would be the correct statement?
Of yours?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You just said it, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
good.
you. There are some things that came to mind as you were cross-examined by the previous parties. I did hear you say truth is liberating. Is that true?
I think it is.
Yes. Thank you. You've had the opportunity of watching Au Kupuna in the past earlier years of MaunaKea, stand for MaunaKea, is that correct?
Correct.
And you had the opportunity of watching them not being heard, is that correct?
Correct.
The definitions that you have in your direct testimony. You know, it's real scientific to me. I guess I would be just like the kupuna. You can talk to me with plain language and I can understand. But understand in this world, it's a science. Is that correct?
That's a beautiful way of putting it.
You talk about spiritual, intellectual, na'au, religious, as being a science that is soft science. Is that what I understand?
I don't use the term religion as a synonym for spirituality.
Okay. So is it my understanding that in the science world, soft science is considered spirituality?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand in my own language and understanding how soft science and the opposite of soft science is hard science.
I don't ascribe to that belief system. I'm simply pointing to it and that it exists in mainstream ideology and scientific jargon.
Okay. Polemic is opposite of an ideal.
Of what idea?
You stated polemic. Polemic is opposite of an ideal.
Can you read the whole sentence?
Oh, that's just a statement that I noted down that you mentioned when Ms. Pichota was cross-examining you.
Polemic is the idea that the discourse of you're right, you're wrong, I'm right, black and white thinking. It connotes the dual universe of left and right, up and down. And to describe it in philosophy is to, it's kind of like an argument. It's polar opposites.
Okay, thank you. How does ho'oponopono and compromise relate to each other?
How does ho'oponopono and compromise relate to each other?
Yeah.
They're kind of cousins.
Okay.
Because when you begin to feel the heart for forgiveness, you get closer to your truth, and then you can actually express it. Some would call that compromising. I wouldn't call it compromising. I'd call it truth-telling that heals. But everybody has their different way of describing an event.
So how would ho'oponopono, I'll just touch on ho'oponopono. My understanding, ho'oponopono can last years.
Yep.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding that ho'oponopono can also heal. Is that true?
That's the purpose.
But true ho'oponopono is when two people can shake hands and walk away with good hearts. Is that correct?
It's one way of looking at it. There are many different varieties of ho'oponopono, and some are about self-healing that you can do individually.
Thank you. So as I gathered my information as the past cross-examined by the parties, I come to a better understanding, and I just want your knowledge on this. But conflict and opportunity for positive change.
Mahalo. Conflict is almost a necessary ingredient for transformation, for change. It's synonymous with the muscles being taxed in order to increase the doing of a drill, to increase your ability to hit a volleyball. It's synonymous with the idea that unless you have opportunities to practice, you simply will not get better at basketball. You will think you're getting better at basketball, but in essence, you are not getting better at basketball. And that's why conflict ends up being the midwife of consciousness Paulo Freire has made famous.
Thank you. Excuse me. I didn't hear it real well. It probably is recorded, but when Ms. Kakalia, Mrs. Kakalia asked you about the CDUA and its compliance to indigenous people, did you say absolutely not? It doesn't comply. It's not in compliance to indigenous people?
If this, I think I did, because of the nature of what the document is pursuing, development on up at MaunaKea at this particular time.
Thank you. So is Native Hawaiians considered an indigenous people?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you know about the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People?
Yes.
Does the United States support this declaration?
I think it was a draft for many years, and I think the United States never signed it. Did they?
Excuse me.
Sorry.
We're not able to record
Okay.
some mass
Okay.
response, so,
Okay.
and really,
I
if you
don't
don't know,
have it.
it's okay.
It's okay. I don't have a television, and I don't
Do
read the
you
news.
recall it being signed in 2010 by President Obama, Barack Obama?
2010? No, I was in Aotearoa.
Okay. Are you aware of the United States Constitution of the First Amendment of freedom in speech and religion?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Would that relate to indigenous people that are occupied by the United States?
That relates to all of us.
Thank you. And same for the First Amendment of the Hawaii state law.
And how does that
The
state?
Constitution, the First Amendment of the state of Hawaii. I believe it's the same law, only thing is the state of Hawaii.
And the question is whether it,
Whether it applies to
Absolutely.
Native Hawaiians as indigenous people,
yes,
and to others too, of course.
absolutely.
I'm trying to gather my alignment here, and it all ties in with why I stand here today.
Okay.
So as you probably did you experience or were you present at the time of June 24th when the last efforts of the TMT and the DLNR coming up to the MaunaKea?
No, I wasn't present.
Okay. Were you aware of that time that
Yeah.
it happened?
Yes.
The outcome of that day was the first time MaunaKea ever rest since 1968 for the longest period. And I think that was about more than 24 hours. Our Mauna was put at rest. And that's because of the efforts of the Kia'is that stood from all different walks, not just Native Hawaiians. But it gave our Mauna a time to heal for a short period.
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
In that short time, a lot of things have happened. And that is why I stand here today. And some of the some of your knowledge that you have explained today as others cross-examine, I more understand myself. And I just want to thank you. That's all the questions I really have today.
Mahalo.
Mahalo nui loa, aloha nui kako.
Aloha.
Aloha mai.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I haven't been here all day, but I've caught one thing. I only have one question, really.
Can you speak closer to the microphone or louder?
Oh, I haven't been here all day, so I just only have one question, actually, because whatever I caught it, you explained it really well, and everybody who asked the questions really asked the really good questions. But, you know, you stated that there is no right and wrong right now in this timing. Would you say that, that in this time, now time, it's the hearing of the voice within all of us, yeah? Loud and clear, and how to explain it correctly with aloha. Is that the true question of all of this contested case hearing?
Wow, what a great question. I think ultimately that's the question of life. And as a philosopher, these are the pursuits that I have undertaken to understand how to be of service. And I see everything through that lens. So my interpretation is that form of bias shaped by the meaning, the purpose, the mana, and the life found in loving. So yes, even this is that.
Thank you.
Mr. Manat? Mr. Shinyama?
Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Dr. Aluli-Meyer, thank you very much. You're released. Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry, Mrs. Case. Redirect examination. Thank you.
Aloha Manu.
Aloha mai.
I'm going to just readdress on some of the areas that were covered today in the cross-examination. So I'm going to start with a statement that you made, and I'm going to ask you to clarify that for us today for the hearing,
Okay.
for the record. You said that colonization, and you added the word bummer to that. Could you please clarify what you meant by that for the record?
Well, it is a life's work to understand the trauma that one's people undergo. to find themselves. And so the trauma must have been tremendously horrific to see 19 out of 20 of your family members die within 2 generations. It must have been horrifyingly hard. And so at the time of missionary contact and the love of text, we ran to text because it was like a buoy that gave us that sense of continuity. The mo'o lived in text because then we could keep our mo'olelo. So for that, I'm grateful. But as the time grew and as history has unfolded, by the 1850 at the Mahele, and our misunderstanding and our understanding of our own worldview, we were not able to gain access and continuity to land. And as time unfolds and our government changes and our language has been banned, was banned, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we entered the modern world with an ancient understanding some would call and label stupid, lazy, and irrelevant. But I've come to know the opposite of our beloved kupuna. I've come to know the opposite as Kalakaua made his House of Nobles, which my great-grandfather Kipoikai, we had to go to Punahou at the 9th grade. That's why I know our beloved lawyers there. They're beloveds, too. So the Kanalua nature that we were thrown in creates a type of tension that allows you to actualize your kulana, your purpose in life. And the occupation of this land has created the most polluted lake, and estuary, almost in the world. It's called Pu'uloa, or Pearl Harbor, which now is trying to right itself. Very difficult with the energy inside. So cleaning up our aina is very difficult in Oahu. And so when I say bummer, I'm overwhelmed every day driving to Kapolei and seeing those boats parked there. It's like I don't know what to do. That's why I said bummer. Because, it's not like we have it all together, but we have something together, and that's our love of land. That's why I said bummer. Because there's no recourse. There's the law. But the recourse is here with us. And our steadiness helps me regain my footing to keep going against all odds, to steady myself for what is coming. Because it is coming. And that is, there is a change in the universe, and we must prepare for it.
Thank you. Again, Manu, just bear with me. I'm going to go to different subjects because I'm on a readdress here. So I'm going to just ask for clarification on this. I believe that Mr. Ashida asked you if you had seen the TIO CDUA. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
So I would like to clarify that the CDUA was submitted by UH and not by TIO.
Got it.
Just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you.
Manu, I'm going to take you to the area of mitigations that have been proposed because we spoke of that. So I'm going to pose some of the mitigations that are proposed in the Conservation District Use Permit application, and I'm going to just ask you if those mitigations are sufficient for our people, all people, the community, to allow the building of the TMT on MaunaKea. And please indicate if any of those mitigations are sufficient with your expertise, your knowledge. So we'll start here. The proposed telescope is sited at the 13 North site, 13N site within Area E. A mitigation is it will not be visible from culturally sensitive locations such as the summit of Kukaukahi, Lake Waiau, and Pu'ulilinoi. Is that a sufficient mitigation to you?
No.
A mandatory cultural and natural resources training program will be implemented to educate employees to understand, respect, and honor Mauna Kea's cultural landscape and cultural practice. Is that sufficient for you, Manu?
No.
I'm going to just end with this one. These are just examples of proposed mitigations, so we don't have to go through them all. I'll just go through this last one. The TMT project facilities will be furnished with items to provide a sense of place and acknowledge the cultural sensitivity and spiritual attributes of Mauna Kea. Is that a sufficient mitigation for you to allow for the building of the TMT on Mauna Kea?
No.
You spoke about and were asked about terms such as continuity, kapualoha, aloha, relationship, and these will be my closing questions. Throughout the proceedings, we have consistently seen whenever a party approaches a witness, they might state that they admire or honor the witness, or they might express gratitude before the cross begins. Would you say that that exchange is a cultural practice that is a continuum of the protocol of recognizing a relationship?
Yes.
Would you witness a similar exchange at a cultural gathering?
Yes.
Would you witness a similar exchange at a ceremony?
Yes.
As a practitioner and an educator, as a human being, and as a Native Hawaiian, what is the purpose of this exchange?
Aloha. Continuity, strength, relationship, cultural strengthening.
Would you say that this exchange between individuals, such as we have witnessed here, is a part of our cultural upbringing,
Yes.
part of our cultural traditions,
Yes.
part of our customary rights?
Yes.
and in aloha, Manulani Aluli-Meyer. My comrade, my sister, my ally, and my friend. In the way of our people, I mahalo you for being here today with the deepest of aloha. Because that is what we're supposed to do, need to do, want to do, and must do. Aloha.
Thank you, Mrs. Case. Dr. Aluli-Meyer, thank you very much for being present today. You're released. Thank you. Mrs. Case, is Ruth Alawa your next witness? Your next witness? All right, and I think she is also a witness for Ms. Kihoy. Ms. Kihoy? So I'm going to ask you both whether or not we're going to be able to complete the testimony of Ms. Alawa today. I'm concerned because I have to take up the scheduling in the afternoon.
I'm not too sure how I would determine that. I mean, because I understand that she would be given more time to answer questions, since she would be answering on behalf of two different testimonies.
Right.
So,
So my question is, can we complete her testimony today? Because otherwise we should finish Mr. Ching's.
Well, she is here today, and she's been
know.
here 3 times and taken off of work to be here. However, it's very difficult for us to determine if her testimony is going to be completed today, because we're not sure of the questions that everybody has to ask her. We're just sure of what we are presenting. So it's very difficult to answer a question like that. I would like to pose that question to her, if she can come back another day, if she can begin today, if that's okay with
Well,
you.
here's the thing. If she doesn't finish today, she'll have to come back another day.
I realize that.
So isn't it, I'm asking whether it's not, I mean, I think we should be able to finish today, but I'm not hearing any objections, and there are areas that are going outside the written direct, and so I can't.
Exactly. Could we have a few minutes so that we could, just give us a few minutes so that we can speak amongst ourselves and present the best scenario for the rest of the day?
Right, I'm trying to be considerate of the witness.
I understand that, I do.
Okay, so.
But we're also not going to shortcut anyone's testimony. Oh, I understand when you say that it's outside, but when it's not outside, we have to make sure that we have answered the questions completely. This is their one time on the stand, and we also understand that.
I don't have a problem with that.
I know you don't. So if we could just, can we have a few minutes just to coordinate this and see?
Will 5 minutes be
Sure.
sufficient? All right, to 1:55 then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project. A proceeding for the State of Hawaii, DLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the state of Hawaii, DLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Aloha, what we've decided to do is we will continue with Ching today, and we will reschedule Ruth Alaua because
Okay.
we do not believe she will be finished today.
All right, Mr. Ching? Mr. Ching, you started your testimony on the 24th, a couple days ago. I guess that was Tuesday. 24th, no. That was Monday. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we're going to pick up where we left off. And the oath you took on Monday to tell the truth applies to you still as a witness. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. And yeah. Yeah, we ended with Ms. Pishota. Yes, thank you.
Aloha ku.
Aloha.
I'm actually going to take you back to something that you said when you testified last, and we'll start there. When you testified here last, you stated that you traveled over MaunaKea by foot in 2002. Is that correct?
It's more or less correct. There was one segment between the 5,000 and 10,000 foot elevations that I did not do, but which my group did.
Did you state that that particular hike was from Koholalele to Kiholo?
Koholalele landing at sea level to the top of Mauna Kea, back to sea level at Kiholo Bay.
What was your purpose for making that huaka'i, that journey?
There were multiple purposes.
Could you please summarize them so we have an understanding why anyone would go from sea level over the mountain to sea level again, since most of us never will? Why? What was your purpose? Generalizing, summarizing what your purpose was, please.
One of the facts that I knew then from the works of Kipau was that people in the old days used to go from the Kukaukahi area on the way to Hilo by way of Lake Waiau. We wanted to do something like they did, and we wanted to walk in their footsteps. And while we were doing it, we also did research, found out as many stories as possible about the route that we were taking. We learned about the plants, and trees, and things, and all of that. And then we did it. But while we were doing it, we also took an afternoon and stopped in the village of Umiko. and spent the afternoon with a gentleman by the name of Norman Gonzalez, who specializes in the trails on the eastern slope of Mauna Kea. And he spent the afternoon telling us about those trails. On the way down, we stopped in Waikiki and had a whole evening, for instance, talking about the cowboys of the mountain and about the stories of Kikaha, which is that part of the Kona coast where, being very desolate and all that, where Hawaiians lived and thrived in the old days. And so it was a very cultural kind of hike, if you may call it that, but very spiritual and historical and all kinds of things.
Thank you. So when you indicate that it is...
Excuse me.
Okay, sure.
And we also did ritual. We started out with prayer, we ended up with prayer, and there was prayer, holy mele, throughout our sojourn.
So for the record, when you indicate that you go on a hike with all of these cultural practices that you just mentioned to prepare, would you consider that hike a cultural practice for you?
Definitely. It was a cultural, religious, spiritual, emotional activity.
Thank you. As a cultural practitioner, what would you describe to be your relationship, your personal relationship with MaunaKea? And I'm just asking you to answer as completely as you can without infringing on you personally. As a cultural practitioner, what would you describe as your relationship with MaunaKea?
Do we have time?
Just give me a summary, because I think you can cover that in just a few words or minutes. Cool, I do.
First of all, being a descendant of Umi Ali Loa, whose name has been mentioned in this tribunal a few times, him being the paramount chief of this island at one particular time in the 1500s. And adding to that, Kaui Keauli's name chant and all of that, which talks about Mauna Kea being his mountain elder brother, which I also believe in. And knowing that people went to Lake Waiau on the way to Hilo. Can you imagine that? Why would anyone want to go up the mountain almost 1,400 feet in order to get from Waimea to Hilo? So these are all the kinds of reasons, and there are more, why we did that.
Thank you. I'm going to reference now your huaka'i, your cultural practice. How did you learn of the trail systems that you follow when you are on a huaka'i to Mauna Kea? I'm going to ask you, was it from books?
Yes.
Maps?
Yes.
Was it taught to you by any cultural practitioners who walk those trails before you?
I did not talk to any who actually have walked that trail before me. But I did talk to people who told stories about people doing the walk.
How long have you been leading the huaka'i to the Mauna? Is it each year, every year?
No, it hasn't been each year. There were a few years, for instance, when I suffered from gout and I couldn't wear shoes and I couldn't do it. But we did start Well, our initial hike, which was the big hike, was in 2002. And recently, in the last 5 years, we've done it annually. Well, we haven't done that hike annually, but we have been on the mountain annually.
Do you have knowledge of other practitioners who have an extensive huaka'i or hiking relationship with the mountain?
I believe I do, but maybe not as extensively as we've taken it.
How many practitioners do you imagine? Do you know of that have a huaka'i or hiking expedition on MaunaKea?
I'm not sure, but I will say that we have had people come and join us and then not come. We have other people who have been substituted for them. I would say that in total, and not everyone having done all the hikes, but in total, as far as participation goes, it's probably in the area of 30 to 40 people.
Do you know of early Hawaiian trails that go to the summit of MaunaKea?
I do not.
Do you know of any trails associated with any particular ali'i?
Well, we have Kauikeauli, who has been to the mountain. We have Queen Emma, who has also been to the mountain. And I would guess, and I can be accused of speculating, that Kamehameha and Umi, among others, have also been there.
Thank you.
And if I may add, for instance, there is a story of Kamehameha wanting to get some of his warriors to Hilo, and they were instructed to go by way of Lake Waiau.
Thank you. You previously stated that you have been on the northern plateau in the vicinity of the proposed TMT site.
Yes, I have.
Is the area of the proposed TMT undeveloped property?
Yes.
When you are walking in an area which is considered to be pristine, is there a serenity or peacefulness in this area without man-made sounds or noises?
To answer your question, I would have to sort of bifurcate it, because when you are there in the physical, yes, you do not see any development. You don't see, high-rises, etc. It's, as Dr. Clifford Smith said, it's barren country, although he did admit that down on the ground there are living systems. But in let me call it an intangible way that some people don't like the word the word. I personally feel others around. And I think that's about the best way I can describe that.
Thank you. Do you feel that at the proposed TMT site at this point? Are there occasions when you have felt that?
Yes.
And when you go to an area such as Pu'u Kukaukahi, an area surrounded by existing telescopes, is there the same kind of serenity or peacefulness there in that area?
Again, yes and no. For about the same reasons.
Could you elaborate on that for the record, please? I'm asking him to elaborate on the yes and no.
Okay, I think what I'm saying is this, that if I had the power of making them disappear, I would really enjoy the experience. And so because the observatories are there, it does hamper the experience to a degree. And also knowing that at one point when there were no buildings up there, no observatories up there, that the entire mountain was a pristine kind of situation and unhampered by the views and the feelings and other things that do affect me nowadays.
If the TMT was built, would the man-made noise disturb the serenity of the northern plateau?
Again, I have to sort of explain. Yes, it would disturb the serenity, but unless one were right up against their generators, for instance, or their compressors or whatever they're going to use, things would be different. In other words, it's like, can I get away as far as I can, or am I forced to be right up against the source of noise? And so it's variable.
Okay. With your extensive relationship to this mountain, how would the building of the TMT on MaunaKea impact you and your practices on the mountain?
If I may speculate, one of my favorite views of that area is from up there near the Keks. It's like in that photo I showed the other day, where the simulated TMT was on the barren northern plateau. And I do include the view of Maui in my experience. And I would expect that a TMT in that picture, although it would not totally obscure Maui, would have an effect on me.
Would it have an impact, an effect on you spiritually?
Yes.
And I'm purposely not going to ask you about that, Ku.
Okay. Well, it's really hard to quantify.
Yes, I'm aware of that. On page 2 of your written testimony, you cited a chant that was written for Queen Emma's huaka'i, or excursion to Lake Waiau.
Yes.
I noticed that the date of the huaka'i was not mentioned. Do you recall the year that this huaka'i was undertaken?
I do not, but if I were to guess, it was probably in the 1880s.
If I stated that the date was 1881, would that seem accurate to you?
It would seem accurate.
Are you aware that documenting events such as a huaka'i through chants was one of the cultural and customary practices of Native Hawaiians?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that documenting events such as journeys, huaka'i, are still a cultural practice in this time?
Yes, ma'am.
As an example, did you know that there is a chant that has documented the Hokulea worldwide voyage, mentioning every place the Hokulea has visited?
I am not surprised.
Kuching, are you planning to make another hike
Yes,
on
ma'am.
MaunaKea?
As long as my feet can move, I will be on the mountain.
Have you considered having a chanter accompany your huaka'i to document your huaka'i as the continuation of a cultural practice still practiced today?
I have had thoughts about that, and some of it have already been documented, but nothing has been written so far. But yes, that would be wonderful.
So I'm going to conclude with no further questions, but to say that you are one of very few that have traversed from the sea to the mountain to the sea and have made that a consistent practice. So I'm going to ask you, would you consider having a chanter accompany you so that they can document for the future generations the feat of what you are doing in this generation?
I would love it. And let me also say that what we do, we don't feel is something exclusive. The only thing that limits our bringing people along are just the numbers. We try not to go much over like 8 to 10 people. And sometimes there are more who want to go. But we try to keep everybody happy as much as we can.
Mahalo ku.
Thank you.
He left, not present. Ms. Kihoy?
Aloha, Uncle Ku.
Aloha.
Try my best to compose questions for you. So I apologize. I am moving kind of slow. In your exhibits, what is this? B19, there's a photograph from October 7th, 2014. There's a blockade on the access road. Do you have that with you?
I do have it. I
Okay.
don't know if the equipment is working
Are
right.
you able to? Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Is there a letter next to that exhibit?
It was B19.
B.
B. Oh, yeah.
Is there any, oh, B as in boy?
Yes.
It's B19B.
B.
Got it. Thank you.
What was that one? Oh. Oh, here it's coming.
Okay. And this was taken on October 7th, 2014. And can you describe what this what these vehicles are parked in the roadway for, and what was happening to your best knowledge?
First of all, let me caution you that I was not there and I did not take this picture. This picture was taken by Tammy Harp, who gave that picture to me. But it sort of says it off itself.
Excuse me. Are you able to lay the foundation? He wasn't there.
I don't know how I would ask if what was his understanding of the two vehicles being in the roadway.
He wasn't there, so he's not the witness that you should ask that of.
Okay.
Is there someone else that was there that you could talk to, or that's another witness coming up?
I think so. Well, this was just included in his exhibit, so I thought that I would be able to question him on it, but that's okay. I understand now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
May I ask you?
Just a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Kayama.
Yes, Judge Amano, and that's why I did not object, because it was included in his list of exhibits. So she was asking about an exhibit that was included. So that's why I did not stand up to object.
Thank you. Please go forward.
Did you want to say something?
Your next question,
Okay.
please.
Throughout your many years of hiking and walking and continuing your cultural practices on the mountain, do you find yourself moving further away from the telescopes to find solitude?
Yes.
Would then the TMT telescope become a new source of noise that you will need to move away from?
Probably.
Is it your understanding that the water used at the MaunaKea State Park comes from the high-level springs on MaunaKea?
Can you ask the question again?
Is it your understanding that the water that is used at the MaunaKea State Park comes from the high-level springs of the mountain?
Some of the water, if not all of the water, that are used to flush the toilets at that park are sourced at the springs, Hopo, Kani, and there are 2, 3, 4 different springs there that are roughly about the 10,000 foot level of Mauna Kea and considered very sacred.
And as a cultural practitioner, how does that make you feel?
Not good.
Were you present for the site visit in September of last year for this project?
I was present, but I don't consider that I was part of the site visit because I went up in a private car and was not part of the caravan that went in and out very quickly and all that. I was able to spend at least an hour at Area E with some of my cohorts. And I'm quite sure that the experience that I had on that day was quite different than those who went up there officially.
Did you feel like that it was an accurate site visit for this process? And for the hearings officer to get a detailed vision?
I'm going to ask you to lay foundation for that.
Okay.
So what's his understanding of what a site visit is.
Okay. How would I ask that? I'm sorry.
What is your do you know what a site visit is? What is
Okay.
your understanding?
To your understanding, what is a site visit?
I have my own version of a site visit, yes.
Okay. Did you feel,
So what is it?
oh, okay, and can you explain what your vision of a site visit is?
Okay, my version of a site visit would be to go up to the site and allied sites to observe and experience some of the relationships, for instance, on the mountain between different buildings, entities, to spend some time on the ground to examine, for instance, my relationship to the ground and to those other existent buildings. I could talk a half an hour on what I would do on a site visit.
Okay. Can you name just a few really key important factors that you would have
Well,
shared?
okay, for instance, I would have gone up on Pu'upoliahu and looked at the relationship of the site to Pu'upoliahu. I would have gone behind on the northern side of the Keck telescopes, and as the picture I showed the other day showed, and examined that view and that relationship. I would have gone, and I did, on the site. And there are two ahus, for instance, and I paid my respects at both of them. My preferred site visit would have been different than the site visit that I believe took place officially.
Okay. Were you-
Including having to walk in from the roadway and past the security. The rangers were there to make sure that we couldn't drive in.
So your access was restricted that day.
Somewhat. Yes, we had to walk.
Has your access to the mountain been restricted before?
Yes.
And what is the result of that? Does that result in you walking in higher areas, in more difficult areas?
Well, okay. To start off with, since we have a picture up on the screen, on October 7th, I was not on the mountain or at this position at the time that this picture was taken, but I came up after the official procession where the visitors were headed to the groundbreaking pad. And I was restricted from going past those actual vehicles, yes. After June 24th, I believe, on or about June 24th of 2015, after one of the demonstrations and larger arrests on the mountain, where for more than 2 weeks, the mountain was closed down by the university and or DLNR, and which was the time that cultural practitioners of groups no more than 10 could only go up to the mountain one time of the day at 1 p.m. for an hour, being accompanied by rangers up and down, that I was restricted. And because of that restriction, for instance, On July the 5th of 2015, a cohort and I walked up the roadway. Since walking was allowed, walked up the roadway, past the blockade for 3.5 miles, and came back down. There have been more instances of being restricted from the mountain that I have also experienced.
So as a cultural practitioner and as someone who I would consider as a kupuna, that restriction resulted in you walking 3 miles up the access road.
Can you ask that again?
Forget already. So as a cultural practitioner, as someone I consider a kupuna, that restriction resulted in you walking up 3 miles up the access road.
Yes?
Were you allowed to take water
Oh, yes. You
Okay.
can take all the water you can carry.
that you can carry? I'm sorry, that's just something hard for me to talk about. But I know that you're so strong, Okuku, and it doesn't really affect you. I'm pretty sure that I would be a lot more affected than you were, because you're a lot more ma'a than most of us, walking up and down those heights.
It could be.
I forgot the question I was going to ask. I think this is just going to be my last question. Were you present for the Supreme Court ruling in August of 2015?
Present for the ruling?
Present for the Supreme Court ruling.
You mean, I'm not sure what that means.
Invalidating or remanding the first contested case back to.
Present where?
Present at the Supreme Court of Hawaii.
That's what I'm asking. Okay,
sorry.
thank you for that clarification. If you don't mind, Mr. Ching, can you answer, please?
Do you mean the occasion of the oral argument of the appeal to the Supreme Court?
In August of 2015, the remand.
I was present at the Supreme Court at the oral argument on the appeal of the CDUP to the Supreme Court.
And how did that make you feel to be there on that day for that decision?
The decision wasn't rendered that day. That's why I was confused myself, because the oral argument is when the lawyers present the case to the Supreme Court justices and the Chief Justice. The decision isn't made then. The decision was made later in the year.
Okay. How did it make you feel to be there on that day?
At the oral argument?
At the oral arguments, yeah.
I thought that the attorney who represented us did a very competent job. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court justices didn't think much of the opposition.
Okay. I think that's the last question that I have.
All right.
Thank you, Uncle Ku. I wish I could say a lot more, but
Thank you, Ms. Kihoi.
Thank you.
Mr. Ashida? No questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Sinkin?
Good afternoon, Ku.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lanny Sinkin, representing the Temple of Lono. On page 1 of your testimony, you state that Mauna Kea from ancient days was accessed by roads and trails. We have had a number of witnesses in this proceeding testifying about the benefits of astronomy development on Mauna Kea that have talked about how the road built for the astronomers made the mountain so much more accessible. Did the roads and trails you mentioned exist before Western astronomy came to Hawaii?
I believe so.
Did those who quarried the adze do so before Western astronomers built any roads?
Although they went up to the mountain, I don't know if they followed specific trails or roads when they did that.
I think
I would assume,
I just want to clarify myself.
Okay.
Your question was whether or not they accessed the adze quarry through roads built by Western astronomers. Is that correct?
Actually, the way I phrased it was, did those who quarried the adze do so before Western astronomers came along and built roads?
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't there. And I assume that they had favorite walkways that they used to go up and down the mountain. I assume that they had more than one of those. In fact, as I believe archaeologist McCoy talks about pilgrimages and things going up the mountain from different areas, I believe a system like that probably was there that isn't there at this point.
And that system existed before Western astronomers came along and built any roads?
By a few years.
Yeah. On page 2 of your testimony, you state that you appear under duress.
Yes, sir.
Why do you describe your appearance here as under duress?
Because I don't think that this jurisdiction, this tribunal has jurisdiction.
Based on some of the kinds of discussions we've had in a very limited way about the kingdom and the overthrow and all of that.
Yes.
Thank you. You note that in the request to be a party that TIO argued that they have the most to lose if the CDUA is denied. Do you believe that denial of the permit will inflict more harm than granting the permit?
Can you say it again?
Okay. The preface to this is you've taken note in your testimony that when TIO asked to be a party, they argued that they have the most to lose in this proceeding.
Yes.
So my question to you was, do you believe that denial of the permit will inflict more harm than granting the permit?
More harm to who?
I was using it generally, a cumulative harm kind of standard.
Well, the reason I put that in my WDT is that I do not believe that TIO is the proper party in this contested case hearing.
Right.
Namely because a lot of the documents and actions subsequent to the filing of the CDUA, which doesn't mention TIO at all, which among other things did not exist at the time, mentions a different entity, corporate entity, which was TMT Observatory Corporation.
Right. Okay.
And that I have not seen any, okay, there has been no evidence submitted of an amended CDUA or any transfer or assignment of the rights that TMT Observatory Corporation would get in case a permit was granted.
Can the TIO build their telescope somewhere else?
I believe so.
Have you heard about that?
And I believe they have been checking out a number of potential sites, and they have concluded that a site in the Canary Islands would be their alternative site.
Can MaunaKea be recreated somewhere else?
No.
On page 19 of your testimony, you referred to a consultant that resigned. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Do you know any more detail about that consultant and why the consultant resigned?
Not specifically, but I can speculate.
Well, have you heard more detail about the situation?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But as I said, I do have suspicions, and your answer may be your question may be answered, but not by me.
Okay. I'll look forward to that. Thank you. Part of your testimony dwelt on a potential conflict of interest issue. And what I see is sort of 4 different components to that. One is that people associated with the Nature Conservancy have been taking positions at the Board of Land and Natural Resources. The second element is that the Moore Foundation has been a major donor to the 30-meter telescope. The third element is that the Moore Foundation has also been a major donor to the Nature Conservancy. And the final element is that people formerly on BLNR, the Board of Land and Natural Resources, have been taking positions at the Nature Conservancy. So we have the Nature Conservancy and BLNR and the Moore Foundation, and you seem to be painting a picture of kind of musical chairs going on here. Can you elaborate on why you view that as a potential conflict of interest?
Yes. I believe it's common knowledge that the Moore Foundation is the major private supporter of the TMT. The Nature Conservancy, through its officers, over the years, and this goes back over 10 years, have been soliciting funds from the Moore Foundation for a project on Palmyra Island, including having Mr. and Mrs. Moore come and spend time on Palmyra Island that I cannot prove. These are some of the reasons why I've been complaining about the lack of discovery in this process. But it seems to me that if these principal people of Nature Conservancy were trying to convince Mr. and Mrs. Moore and their foundation to put money into their project, that these same people who are now members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources would have a difficult time, for instance, making a decision, a negative decision on this case.
On page 20 of your testimony, you state that another area of complaint that must be mentioned is the process involving motions for reconsideration.
Yes.
That has taken place in this proceeding. Is it your understanding that a motion for reconsideration needs to make arguments that were not made in the original motion?
That's the usual, I believe.
And that the way that a motion for reconsideration is structured is to examine the order issued as to whether there's any disagreement with that order?
I believe that a motion for reconsideration is triggered by an order, a written filed order, yes.
And if the order itself does not provide any explanation or reasoned explanation for the decision made, is there any basis for filing a motion for reconsideration?
I believe so.
Let me rephrase the question. If in the order denying the motion, there are no reasons given for explaining why the order was written, does the opposing party that might like to file for reconsideration have any basis for constructing a reconsideration motion?
That would be one of the arguments made, I believe.
And given that a motion for reconsideration is permitted under HAR 31-1-39, would creating circumstances that make a motion for reconsideration impossible violate the due process rights of the party trying to invoke that regulation?
I believe that that's true.
On page 7 of your testimony, you refer to the mismanagement and misbehavior by the Office of MaunaKea Management and state that that should be one of the key factors in determining whether the CDUA is granted. When you say mismanagement, what do you refer to as the mismanagement by the Office of MaunaKea Management?
For instance, there have been at least 2 occasions when the state auditor has examined the situation and it has concluded that there has been mismanagement. In addition to that, the governor of the state of Hawaii, the present governor of the state of Hawaii, David Ige, has also made that accusation.
And then you also refer to misbehavior. What would you characterize as misbehavior by the Office of Mauna Kea Management?
For instance, I talked about the aftermath of October 24th, 2015, in that we were shut off the mountain for a number of weeks by a so-called one of those emergency rules that did not follow the necessary rulemaking. I believe that that was a major misbehavior, and I believe when the visitor center was shut down, which shut down the restrooms there, in addition to the locks that were put on the porta potties, I believe that also was a major misbehavior. There have been more. I mean, after all, making Mauna Kea a public restroom, I don't believe was a light decision to make.
And why do you think that this mismanagement history and history of misbehavior should be a key factor in determining whether the CDUA should be granted?
Well, from my point of view, that this process, this contested case hearing process, is one mostly of law, or it's legal. I believe that the law of equity also applies, and that includes the doctrine of clean hands. And I believe that when one does not have clean hands, one cannot participate in some of these things that may be a reward. For instance, a permit would be a reward for an application.
Are you by any chance aware of the pleading filed by the university that we have characterized, the Temple of Lono has characterized as a bigoted assault on the temple?
I believe I've heard of it.
Have you read that pleading?
I may have, I don't remember.
Okay. Now, in your testimony, you suggest that a supplemental EIS might be appropriate in this proceeding.
Yes.
Can you specify the reasons you think that might be appropriate?
Well, either a supplemental or amended one, something like that. Namely because, if I remember correctly, the original final EIS was filed in 2010, and it's now 2017. In the meantime, there has been a lot of research made, that supposedly, it was testified here, for instance, that yes, there have been improvements, but not substantial improvements, or improvements substantial enough to have to do that. And we know that, for instance, that astronomy is currently a fast-moving science, that there are major developments that occur from time to time, sometimes even on a monthly basis, and that in 7 years, there must be some kind of improvements or changes in the substantial items making up the EIS, that a supplemental or amended EIS would probably be in order.
Has it been your experience in these proceedings that we've had a number of witnesses, when asked about the EIS, didn't remember things in the EIS because they hadn't read it since 2010?
There has been that occasion.
Just a footnote here. In talking about the walk you did from sea level up the mountain and down to sea level, you said you went up to 1,400 feet. Did you mean 14,000 feet?
Everybody knows it's 14,000 feet.
Okay.
If I said 1,400,
Just wanted to be sure.
forgive me.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Kanaile? Oh, yes, Ms. Kakalian, what? No, I think you go after Mr. Kanaile.
Hello, Aku.
Hi there.
Kukaukahi. I just have a few questions. Have you ever been in a blizzard on MaunaKea trying to fix our sabotage ahulele? Have you ever been in a blizzard on MaunaKea trying to fix our sabotage ahulele?
I cannot say that I have. Well, let me explain. I have been up there in a blizzard, but during a blizzard, I was not trying to fix the lele.
Oh, okay. What were you doing?
We were observing the winter solstice.
So you have
At least
been on-
during one of the blizzards up there.
Yeah. You remember when me, Hank, and a bunch of us went up there because the lily was broken? And we met you up there. We used your gloves.
Okay, I don't recall that I was there on that occasion. I wasn't there on the occasion when a new lily was brought up there.
Okay. So you've been on the mountain when it was snowing.
Yes, I have.
You drove up?
Up to, yes.
MaunaKea, to the top? Oh. You didn't encounter any drastic safety hazards on the way up?
Apparently not.
Oh. Were you ever in any danger during those times of supposedly bad weather when we were up there?
Can you say it? Can you ask that again?
Were you ever in any real danger or safety during those times of supposedly bad weather on Mauna Kea when you were up there?
This may not directly answer your question, but whenever you go to the mountain, up to those elevations, there are always dangers involved. And hopefully you go up there prepared to be able to encounter and prevail over those threats.
I mean, you don't ask permission?
Big pardon?
You don't ask permission before you go up? So
Oh,
you don't have to
definitely.
go through all that?
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, even for some people who are unbelievers, they have to.
No, I'm just talking about believers. Do you believe that the UH representatives have been following their own rules on unrestricted access?
Can you ask that again?
Do you believe the UH's representatives, or OKM, OMKM, have been following their own rules for Native practitioners' unrestricted access to the mountain?
I believe they operate under that principle of unrestricted access, but it doesn't work in real time because we have been restricted off the mountain for what they call safety precautions, which sometimes, for instance, on June 24, 2015, I don't believe existed.
Do you agree that the desecration has happened and it is still happening, and the UH of Hawaii Hilo have let the employees run rampant on Mauna Kea and deprive the Native practitioners of unrestricted access?
Okay, I don't know that I can answer your question the way you posed it. I can say that, and I believe that the desecration statute applies to people personally, among other things, that I feel that desecration has happened on the mountain.
Have you heard any testimony toward that assertion from Mr. Nagato or Mr. Ishibashi?
Okay, I'm not really sure what your question really asks.
Well, that hard? Okay. I'll switch it up then. Do you know the definition of unrestricted access?
I believe so.
Could you kind of explain what it is? It's self-explainable, but could you
Well,
explain it?
unrestricted access means unrestricted access, but I believe that there's this other part of it that's not said, unless there is a safety concern. But the term safety concerns may include things that I don't think are safety concerns.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the UH representatives calling themselves OKMK are breaking Article 12, their own rules, and UH Hilo should be prosecuted, or at the very least a civil lawsuit?
Your Honor, maybe if I can ask Mr. Kanaile to break that up. It seemed to be compound questions, so.
Can you ask one thing at a time?
Okay. Do you understand the question? No, break it up. Yeah. How you going to break it up? Oh. Do you agree with me that UH representatives calling themselves OKMK? Do you agree with me that the UH representatives calling themselves OKMK are breaking Article 12 of the Hawaii State Constitution?
I don't think I can answer that question the way you posed it. What part of,
Agreeing with me or,
I'm not sure what part
Breaking
of Article
Article-
12 you're talking about, for instance.
oh, Hawaii State Constitution on
But what-
native religious rights and access.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, I withdraw the question. I have enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanaile. Ms. Kakalia?
My apologies, Your Honor. I forgot I was after Kaliko, but usually I was going after Lani, so sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Aloha Ankoku, mahalo nui for your
Aloha.
work that you have continued to do for many of us that love our Mauna and our place. So just in honor of you, mahalo nui for your legacy work for us.
Thank you.
In my own training, I've learned that walking in the footsteps of your kupuna, literally walking in those footsteps, is where intercession takes place. And we're able to converse and connect with our kupuna and have access to knowledge that way. Have you ever experienced anything like this while traversing the areas of MaunaKea?
I have felt it.
How long have you been hiking the trails of MaunaKea?
At least from 2002. But I have been on the mountain hiking before that. But
Many years.
the significant part is that the organized hikes that we've
I see.
taken have been since 2002.
I see, but your relationship in that, I would say discipline, is even more, is longer than that.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the Office of MaunaKea Management?
a little,
Are you familiar with the Kahuku Mauna Advisory Council?
a little.
How long have you known of these entities?
I can't give you a definitive date.
At least in the last 5 years?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the 2009 Comprehensive Management Plan?
no, I would say more or less.
Are you aware that the first action item under cultural resource management in that section, and it is Exhibit O-4, it states that Kauku Mauna shall work with families with lineal and historical connections to Mauna Kea, Kupuna, cultural practitioners, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and other Native Hawaiian groups, including the Mauna Kea Management Board's Hawaiian Cultural Committee. And that work is to be focused on the development of appropriate procedures and protocols regarding cultural issues. Were you aware of that? Sort of, it's actually an action item for them to address.
I'm aware of something like that, but I could give you a more definitive answer if I could look at
Okay. It's basically an action item that is, I'm going to use the word suggest, because although it is a management action item in a plan that has been approved, the university doesn't have administrative rules to enforce these management actions. So it suggests that Kauku Mauna is to work with practitioners and those connected to the Mauna. And my question is, as a cultural practitioner connected to MaunaKea, has the Office of MaunaKea Management or Kahuku Mauna consulted with you for input on appropriate procedures and protocols regarding any cultural issues?
There have been some communications taking place, but I do not consider those communications to have been consultations.
Thank you. As a cultural practitioner connected to Mauna Kea, do you feel the current attempts by the Office of MaunaKea Management. And I say attempts because administrative rules are not in place for enforcement. Do you feel that the current attempts by OMKM in developing procedures and protocols regarding cultural issues have been appropriate?
Let's put it this way. I don't agree with some of the proposed rules.
Thank you. Mahalo nui, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kakalia. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Let's resume at 3:16. Thank you.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Mr. Kayama?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may just interject this, I wanted to propose, Your Honor, and I did speak with my adversaries, my friendly adversaries here, and they have no objection, that if we can conclude today's cross-examination questions no later than 3:45, whether we're completed with Mr. Ching or not, because I know we have a number of scheduling issues to resolve.
No,
and
we're going to finish with Mr. Ching. We're close already. So I'd like to finish with Mr. Ching.
Okay, so is there some point where you might say we might stop, or you're going to continue till he's
When we're
finished?
done with Mr. Ching. So I don't want to waste any more time. We need to keep going. Mr. Vicente?
Wait, Vicente. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to thank you for your testimony. I have no questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Freitas?
Aloha, Cindy Freitas. Aloha, Uncle Ku.
Aloha.
So, Uncle Ku, have you heard about stories about chiefs are buried up on above the clouds on Mauna Kea?
In general, I have, yes.
So if I show you one of my exhibits, S28D, which is from the Pacific Commercial Advertiser, Honolulu, April 17, 1899. And the article is Above the Clouds. If you could just read the highlighted area.
Okay. So there's an article entitled Above the Clouds. At an elevation of nearly 13,000 feet, there is a burying ground where ancient chiefs were laid to rest.
Okay, I have another A1 PDF file 132 of the TMT management plan, page 1-3. I'm going to hand it to you, and could you read the second paragraph?
Do you mean the first sentence of the second paragraph?
Yes, the highlighted.
The TMT Observatory is proposed for a roughly 5-acre site within Area E near the end of an existing 4-wheel drive road. The site is known as 13N in reference to its elevation, roughly 13,000 feet, and location north of the summit.
Okay, I'm going to give you Exhibit S28E of the MaunaKea Comprehension Management Plan, the fact sheet. And I want you to just read the highlighted area, which is just 2 lines.
At some point, are you going to connect it up? It seems disconnected. Okay.
Mauna Kea contains burials of the most sacred chiefs, known as the descendants of Wakea and Papa Hanaumoku, who gave birth to the islands.
Okay, my questions to all those documents I handed to you. Wouldn't it be fair to say that OMKM avoided all this information, knowing that there are articles out there that has chief buried at the 13,000 level above the clouds?
I cannot testify as to what they think or thought.
From what you have read, what is your understanding of that?
That there are accounts of chiefly burials in the area.
Thank you. And it's in the area of the proposed 13 North on a 13,000 elevation where the TMT is proposed to build.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are you familiarized with the access road that they want to do construction to?
I believe so.
I have A1 is a map of the access road that came out from the CDUA, which is page 112. That map is where the road is going to be built. I mean, it's going to construct. In front of you, you have another document, which is S-31B, that comes from the TMT management plan, Appendix B, the construction plan. Under that. Could you please turn to the next page, page B2. Can you read that highlighted area on the top, which is table B1, anticipating construction timeline on the access way?
It says start 2011, end 2012.
Could you put the second map that I gave you up? Do you see historical sites in those areas? Ship.
And those are these
Triangles,
triangles.
yes. Closest to the access road.
Okay, this one here, yes.
Yes. So by this construction, that's going to be it's going to take a year to do the access road, the grading, et cetera, et cetera. Would it hinder the culture, customary, traditional practitioner to access their rights up there?
Okay, I'm confused because the dates are, should have already taken place, so.
Yes. What I'm looking at is a timeline that takes them to construct and grade the access road, which is a year. So even though the timeline states 2/11, and if they were to be awarded the permit it would also take a year, according to these paper, that's all we have, to show the documentation on their timelines.
So what is your question?
The question is, it's going to take a year to do this road, however they're going to do it, but would it obstruct our culture, traditional customary practices to continue to do our pules, prayers, offering?
So during that year,
Yes.
is Mr. Ching's customary and traditional practices going to be
Hindered.
obstructed?
Or, yes.
Is that what your question is?
Yes.
All right.
I don't believe that it will directly affect my practice in the mountain because I do not practice at that site,
I'm a
at that particular site.
That particular site, would you agree with me that I am a culture, customary, traditional practice? It would infringe on my practice up there.
Ma'am, you would have to lay foundation for
Oh.
that. So it's a question of whether he knows what your practices are, how is he qualified to answer that? On the other hand, if you are intending to testify yourself, you are certainly qualified to answer that question.
Okay, let me return to that. Could you please turn to the next page on the same document, S-31B, which is Appendix B, page 3-3.
What page?
The next page over in that same construction plan. Do you see table B2, estimated cut and fill volumes?
Yes.
The highlighted area, could you read the highlighted areas, please?
TMT Observatory 13N site, cut 34,000, fill 29,000. Access way, cut 30,000, fill 3,000.
Okay, by reading that, I'm going to hand you S-31C of the master plan, which is 848 under the design guideline, which comes under the roadway. I have a small section here, if you could read that.
Okay, on page X1-6 of A48, it says road design should minimize slope cutting.
What you had read earlier on S-31B, on Appendix B, page B3, that states 34,000 cubic yards is coming out of the footprint. And also another accessway road, 30,000 cubic yards is coming out of the road. Would you agree that this is a major and not a minimum of the road?
In my personal scale of things, this would not be minimal.
Thank you. I have S-31, MaunaKea Comprehensive Management Plan. I have a highlighted area. Can you please read this?
Okay, this is on S-31C. Section 11 of the 2000 Master Plan provides design guidelines to direct development for both renovation of existing facilities and new construction in a manner that would integrate development into the summit environment. Topics addressed include facility siting, scale, height and width, color, surface texture and material, roofs, fences, roadways, and parking.
Okay, I have S31A.
Mrs. Freitas, where is this going?
This is the last one.
Really, where's this going? Because it's
I would-
outside the scope of his written direct testimony.
Well, he did mention the the CDUA that is made of different components of plans. So what I'm looking at is this last plan. And in fact, I'll read it. It's S31A. It states here, as the CMP maintains consistency with the 2000 Master Plan, future updates to the plan should be consistent with the CMP. Would you agree with me that they had put the cart before the horse in this statement?
It is possible.
Thank you. By constructing the access road to take out 30,000 cubic yards, would that cause a substantial adverse impact to the natural environment as well as our cultural surroundings?
It could.
With taking out a total of 64,000 cubic feet combination of the footprint and the access road, would that cause a detrimental to the public health, safety, and the emotional of the welfare of for you, in your opinion?
It could.
Thank you. I have no more question.
Mr. Freitas?
Aloha, Uncle Kukaukahi Ching.
Aloha.
You're an amazing man. I just wanted to let you know that I'm very proud to be in your presence.
Thank you. You're amazing also.
I'll be amazing if I can do what you can do at your age. How long have you lived in Waimea?
About 25 years.
25, okay. What time of your life did you begin to be concerned about what was going on on MaunaKea?
It goes back to the middle to high 1980s.
Okay, thank you. In 1968, did you know about the lands of MaunaKea being allowed by Governor Burns to be for science research and being leased out?
I believe I had some inkling as to what was going on there, but at that time I lived on the continent.
Oh, okay. Do you remember or did you participate in any protesting or to protect Mauna Kea in earlier years?
Earlier than what?
80s?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of Kupuna voicing their concerns about Mauna Kea as the telescopes evolved up on the top of the summit?
I believe I had an inkling.
Thank you. You say you were, in your WD, you referenced that you were a trustee for OHA?
That is correct.
What years was that?
1986 to 1990.
Oh, that's okay. Do you know if there was any concerns about Mauna Kea by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs at that time?
I don't recall that there was any curiosity about Mauna Kea at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs at that time.
Okay, thank you. Your genealogy stretches back to Umialiloa as I
And
read
further.
Pardon?
And further.
Oh, I understand that. I just wanted to mention some, during the time as we stood to protect Mauna Kea from the further construction of TMT or the pursuit to continue to get up to the summit and start the construction. There was a time when Governor Ige came to the Mauna. Do you remember that?
I believe that was on or about March 3rd, 2015.
Thank you. Do you remember that he was accompanied by security and also he came along with Kealoha Pashoda and Paul Neves to the Mauna, to the area that the Kia'is were by the crosswalk area to, I guess. Do you remember that time?
I remember that time. I believe that Debbie Ward was there.
Oh.
And the case Flores Ohana was there, and Clarence Ching was there.
Oh, yeah, that was you.
That was me.
Sorry.
In fact, Paul Neves and I accompanied the governor to the summit area, the mountain, on that day.
Do you remember that we circled in front of Kukia'i Mauna, a haleo Kukia'i Mauna, the hale that was built there, to hear why the governor was there for, what he was there for? I mean, do you remember that time? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know that we knew why the governor was there. However, I believe that he wanted to go to the mountain to see what he can find out, and he did participate with us in some of our ceremonies.
Okay. It was explained to us that day that the governor came there for prayers. Do you remember that?
Like I said, he participated with us in some of our ceremonies.
Okay, so the governor did not do prayers himself?
Correct.
Okay. What was the experience of his journey up to Mauna Kea and down to from Mauna Kea?
He had a hairy journey up and down the mountain.
Did you say hairy?
That's what I said. And what I mean by that is that his staff had requested some vehicles to go to Mauna Kea, And the motor pool thought that he was going to MaunaKea Resort. And so he went up to the mountain with a couple of vans that were two-wheel drive. And for instance, on the way down, the van in which he was riding and in which I and Paul Neves was riding was stopped, and because the brakes were smelling, and we traded vehicles. And about 200 yards down the road, after we traded vehicles, the one that we were in lost its brakes.
Thank you. Do you remember that when we circled up to hear why the governor was, his purpose to coming there, and after we heard what his purpose was, it sounded like it was in line with what we as Native Hawaiians do as far as spiritual, religious practices, like praying. Do you remember that I suggested that before you folks journey to go up on the mountain, that I would do a prayer for their journey? Do you remember that?
I don't specifically remember that.
Okay. All right. After his journey down, when he reached down at the visitor center, do you remember that he joined us in our little makeshift camp that we had there?
I believe that he was invited to stop at that tent, and he did.
And he was invited by the Kia'is?
He was, and he even had some cup of soup.
Thank you. And did he spend time to listen to the concerns of individuals that were sitting there?
I don't know that he listened, but he spent, I would guess, about 2.5 hours with a Kia'i.
Thank you.
It might have even been more, because I believe that he was there until about 10:40 in the evening. It was late.
Would you agree that the Kia'is made sure that his health, safety, and welfare was accommodated at that time?
I believe it was, and in fact, I also believe he borrowed somebody's either sweater or jacket, and it was Debbie Ward's.
Was it tight on her, on him?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to your WD. On page 1, at the beginning of page 2 of your exhibit B19D, you mentioned Katie Larry and something she wrote. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. I'm trying to find the thing.
Okay.
What was the number?
Page 1 in beginning. Page 1 and the beginning of page 2.
I need the number of the exhibit, please. Okay, B19D?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's your supplemental witness, WDT.
Okay, I'm confused.
Pardon?
I'm confused.
Okay, do you remember mentioning about Katie Larry?
Not really. That's why it would be very convenient if I got an exhibit number.
It says Exhibit B19D. Is that your WDT?
D is an article out of Science called NSF should help build massive telescope in Hawaii.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, she writes, you wrote Katie Leary, who writes about science, travel, animal, and the arts, wrote, mountains are indeed sacred. You then quote from her writings, religions around the world have long attributed divine quantities to the mountains that tower over their civilizations. And it makes a lot of sense. After all, these looming peaks are often the objects that are most closely positioned next to the heavens, the celestial bodies, and the unknown. She names, besides MaunaKea and Mount Ararat, Kailash, Fuji, Mount Shasta, Kilimanjaro, I'm sorry, I can't even pronounce the Aconcagua, and Denali as sacred mountains.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that both she and you consider the whole mountain to be sacred, not just specific sites marked as historical sites on these mountains?
Okay, let me first of all say that what you just read came out of Exhibit B19B.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I read it wrong. I'm sorry. It's B19D. Yes.
B19B.
Oh.
If my...
Okay.
Okay, you're quoting out of my supplemental WDT.
Yes.
Whatever its number is.
Okay. The question is it your understanding that both she and you consider the whole mountain to be sacred?
We are.
Go ahead.
We are in agreement.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much. Aloha nui kako.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Good afternoon, Ku. My name's Deborah Ward.
Good afternoon. I do know your name.
On page 1 of your testimony, you have testified earlier that the trails are part of your cultural practice and that you've been hiking since at least 2002 with an organized group. And so I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Is your practice limited to daytime hours?
No.
Is there a reason you would extend your practice past dusk or sunset?
Not for what you may think.
If your practice were limited to daytime hours only, would you consider that full access for cultural practice?
Can you ask that question again?
Sure. If someone were to limit your practice to only daytime hours, not dusk, not after sunset, would you consider that full access?
No.
How would that change your cultural practice?
Sometimes we start before sunrise, and sometimes we finish after sunset.
Have you ever been told by someone from the Office of MaunaKea Management or the MaunaKea Support Services that you must leave by sunset?
The only time I've been told that was a time I was at the observatories, And very soon after sunset, I was asked to leave the mountain.
What was your response?
I said that I would leave when I got ready.
Okay. Did anyone say anything beyond that to you?
I don't recall.
If the administrative rules that have been proposed by the university were to be enacted by DLNR and approved, would your access then be limited by law or by rule?
If it included my not being up on the mountain after sunset or before sunrise, yes.
Thank you. On page 12 to 14, you describe in more detail how your Huaka'i practice involves traversing the trails accompanied by oli, pule, mele, and offerings and ritual ceremony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether in that practice you ever collect water?
Not specifically in that practice, but I have also collected water on other occasions.
Is it important to you that the water be of the Wau Kanaka?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by the Wau Kanaka part of your question.
We've heard earlier that there is a distinction between the water of the Wau Kanaka and the water of the Wau Kanaka. Sorry, I don't mean, I just misspoke, and I'm terribly sorry. We've spoken before, I'm tired as you are. Earlier there was testimony about water from the Wau Kanaka versus Wau Akua, and I'm wondering if you could make that distinction.
I can't.
Okay.
Because I believe that all water on MaunaKea is sacred.
Is it important to you that it be pristine?
As pristine as can be.
And does any man-involved activity change the pristineness of the water? For instance, does the presence of roads, buildings, turbines, other vehicles, does any of that make a difference in where you collect water?
On a subconscious basis, it does, but it's something that affects you, and you try as hard as you can not to let it affect you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on because I know we're all under some constraints. On page 3 of your testimony, you discuss the TMT and TIO, and in your supplement, you go into detail about that. But I'm wondering why it's important that we understand the role of the parallel entities, the 30-meter telescope LLC and the TMT International Observatory.
The CDUA mentions the TMT Observatory Corporation. Some of the other documents, some of the other statements and some of the documents say that when a permit is issued, it will be issued to the TMT Observatory Corporation. As a result of the permit that was issued from the first contested case hearing that the Supreme Court revoked, there were actions made between the university and TMT International Observatory LLC that substituted it in the sublease and in the scientific agreement. And it is my position that these two corporations have been, the TIO has been substituted somehow for the original corporation, TMT Observatory Corporation, but there are no documents between the two activities that seem to be a legal that leaves a legal paper trail between them.
Is it your understanding that both organizations still exist?
I believe they both exist.
So as far as you can tell, there's been no substitution legally?
I haven't seen any substitution.
Okay.
And Dr. Breckman, I believe, said that at one point he was working for both of them simultaneously.
Okay. So is it your understanding that the 30-meter telescope, I think it's LLC, nonprofit, the nonprofit provides labor and support services to TIO?
I believe that TMT Observatory Corporation has an arrangement with TMT International Observatory LLC to do work for them.
Okay. So does TIO have no liability? Is that the LLC, the meaning of the LLC?
I believe so.
So on page 5.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I believe so. In that LLCs are not liable or have a restricted liability. Let me put it that way.
Okay. On page 5, you assert that it appears that TMT and TIO have been formed to protect members from debt when the corporations have few assets, little credit history, and no liability for members. Why is this important to understand?
I believe that the last figures I have heard about TMT, and I'm sort of putting this whole conglomerate together, or conglomerates together, stated that they were 27% short of the funds needed to complete the observatory at this time. And it seems that if they begin operation or begin building and they don't get the other 20%, that they will be short of funds necessary to complete the project. And I believe that when that happens, if it's TIO, which is TMT International Observatory LLC, that it would not be liable except for whatever liabilities they sign up for in any of their agreements or contracts, etc.
That's okay. And does the CDUA offer any information about the finances of the entities?
Not that I know of.
And is that important?
I believe so.
Can you explain the implications if the project were to move forward if it weren't fully funded?
Well, if you are short of funds, you will not complete the project as designed.
Okay. In your supplemental written direct testimony, you assert that the sublease is indirectly terminated and therefore the scientific cooperation agreement is also terminated. Can you explain that statement?
I believe to be fully legal, the sublease has to have the consent of DLNR, and that there is presently an order of the Circuit Court, Third Circuit, that revokes that consent. Therefore, whatever it is that is now constituted, which is an agreement between the university and TIO, don't have any legal meaning.
I see. In the case of telescope construction, you state that the university seeks to secure a permit to build, but it does not name the builder as a party in the application. Did the TMT ever sign on the application?
Not that I know of.
Did the TIO sign on the application?
Not that I know of.
Did the TIO exist when the application was filed?
No.
And what is the legal relationship between the applicant and the TMT TIO?
I don't know that there's a legal relationship, or that there was a legal relationship at the time that the CDUA was signed.
I see. Dr. Stone made it clear that the TMT had no responsibility for obtaining the permit and stated he had not read the CDUA. Which entity is paying the expense of the EIS and the legal expenses related to getting the permit?
At this time, I cannot prove it, but if my memory is correct, in the first contested case hearing, the university admitted that they hired. Okay. Can you ask me the question again?
Sure. Is Dr. Stone, okay, I'll ask you, which entity is paying the expense of the EIS and the legal expenses related to getting the permit?
Okay. With the answer I started out, that I believe that there was information provided in the first contested case hearing that stated that the university, by way of its attorneys, had hired the entity that did the final EIS, that did the EIS work.
So you believe that the university is paying?
I believe that the university is paying, but I cannot prove it.
Okay. The MaunaKea plan, which is entitled, which is an exhibit entitled B17, I forgot to write down the letter, but it is one of the B17 exhibits. I'll have to look it up. Says that the applicant needs to place a bond with the state to fully fund construction and decommissioning. Are you aware of any bond for funding the construction and decommissioning?
I'm not aware.
Do you believe that there are any plans that have changed that requirement?
I am not aware.
Okay. On page 8, you've asserted earlier that your practice extends beyond daytime hours and you practice in many areas of the mountain, currently called the MaunaKea Science Reserve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your practice, have you ever needed a backpack, sleeping shelter, or cooking utensils?
Yes.
Has your practice ever been challenged by agents of DLNR or the university?
Not yet.
Okay. When you refer to rangers, is it clear to you whether the rangers represent the Office of MaunaKea Management or MaunaKea Support Services?
I am confused about a possible answer to your question in that I believe that the rangers on the mountain are paid by support services, but they do work for OMKM. So
okay.
I have a hard time answering that question.
Okay. When the Rangers communicated with you regarding your access to the mountain in the way that you just described earlier with Mr. Freitas, what was your experience? Were you stopped from proceeding altogether?
Well, on that one occasion, on July the 5th, 2015, we wanted to drive up, and at roughly 6 a.m. we were refused, and so we decided to walk up.
Was there a reason given to control your access for that at that point?
The road was closed.
Did they tell you it was health and safety?
Yes.
And did you find any health and safety issues when you walked up?
Not in the 3.5 miles we walked.
Okay, thanks. Is it your understanding that Office of MaunaKea Management and MaunaKea Support Services are operated by two different units in the university system?
That's what it seems to be.
Okay. You stated in your testimony that OMKM decided to close the visitor center. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Did you listen to the testimony of Dr. Hasinga and Dr. McLaren?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was it clear to you that the rangers and the visitor center were actually operated by the Institute for Astronomy out of UH Manoa?
This is part of the confusion I just talked about, that, you know, they seem to be working for one entity but being paid by the other.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Klasner, the Natural Resource Coordinator for
I believe
OMKM?
so.
Yes. Did he explain that OMKM was not responsible for closing the visitor center?
I believe so.
Did you hear him testify that his phone number was given out for complaints, but that he was the wrong person identified?
I do specifically remember that.
So you describe in your testimony that when the visitor center was closed and the restroom or facilities were locked for several weeks, visitors to the mountain were provided no alternative means to relieve themselves. Is that correct?
No, being that it was suggested that they go back down to Pu'uhuluhulu or the state park.
Okay. In addition to the public health and safety issue of having a significant number of visitors, somewhere in the range of 400 to 1,000, relieving themselves at the only rest stop where the parking is permitted, what are the cultural concerns that you and other Native practitioners have about human waste site in a site of prayer?
We don't like it.
Did you or others attempt to communicate with the university about this?
I specifically did not,
Do you
but I
know-
understand that others did.
Did others attempt to remediate the safety and public health issue?
I believe so.
Why do you think the public might have been confused about the responsibilities of the various offices?
I don't know.
During this hearing, we have heard 3 witnesses provide 3 stories regarding the closure of the restrooms. It was cost, or it was feces found on a wall in the restroom, or it was harassment of a worker. Was the public provided information about the closure, its reasons, and a mechanism to suggest a remedy?
I don't believe so.
You cited concern about the administrative rules being promulgated by OMKM. Do some of these proposed rules affect the cultural, spiritual, or religious practices on the Mauna?
Yes.
Okay. On page 9, you cite your concerns about the EIS that was created in 2008 and published in 2009. Is it your understanding that new studies, new data, and objectives for state endeavors may have occurred over the last decade that could alter the conditions set out in that document?
Can you ask that question again?
Yeah. Do you understand that new studies or new data or new objectives for state space endeavors may have occurred during the last decade? And could any of those conditions alter the information set out in that document?
I believe so.
Do you believe at the very least that a supplemental document should be filed to reflect emerging science?
I do.
Okay. How could the strides made in interferometry change the way astronomy is conducted on Earth?
Can you ask that again?
Have there been strides in interferometry that change the way astronomy is conducted on the Earth's surface?
I believe yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Kahea Exhibit B56, which is an article in The Economist. And because of time constraints, I'll just read you a little bit of it. And it's on the second page of the exhibit called B56. In the third paragraph, and the beginning of the fourth paragraph. And it says, the 30-meter telescope planned for Hawaii will, as its name suggests, fall somewhere between the Giant Magellan telescope and the and the European, at least, extremely large telescope. I'm really tired. The ground-based telescopes for ground-based telescopes, that may be the end of the line, says Matt Mountain, who is the president of the Association of Universities for Research in Astronomy, and who oversaw the construction of the Gemini telescopes. The shifting currents of the Earth's atmosphere, the reason stars seem to twinkle, impose limits on how good they can ever be as planetary cameras. I'll stop there. Does the 2009 EIS suggest how facilities in space could be utilized as an alternative to the ground-based facility?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Were there any alternative Earth-based studies included in the 2009 EIS?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to move to page 10 of your written direct. You explain in your testimony that in lieu of rent, the university is granted viewing time. You lay out the case in your testimony that viewing time for students and faculty in lieu of rent is not a monetary transaction, that it could and should be monetized to benefit the beneficiaries of the state trust. Let's go beyond that for a moment. You've recently uncovered communication that would indicate that viewing time is or could be monetized to benefit the construction or maintenance of the proposed TMT. Can you tell us something about how you learned of this and what are the responsibilities of the state of Hawaii to seek a portion of these transactions?
That's a very complex question.
Okay, maybe I'll break it up. Can you share with us how you learned of this?
One of my friends who's a physicist and who teaches at a junior college in Marin County, California, brought an article, actually it was a report, to my attention, and in that report it suggests that the idea of the University of California selling telescope viewing time could pay for operations of the TMT in the future.
Okay. Do you believe the state of Hawaii has responsibilities to seek a portion of these kinds of transactions?
I believe that a $1 a year rent, or whatever you want to call it, according to the general lease that the state has to the university, which allows the university to sublease certain areas to separate observatories, who then make money out of their positions, somehow does not make it fair to the state and the taxpayers of the state of Hawaii.
Okay. I'm going to go on to page 12 to 14. We're almost there. On pages 12 to 14, you describe your practice of traversing the mountain for your cultural practice. And you state on page 14 that the view planes in your cultural practice in the summit region are contaminated by multiple numbers of observatories. You also state that the view planes will be further impacted if the TMT is built. And you go on to state that the TMT will add desecration and you cite the plain English law in the Hawaii Penal Code 711-1107. To your knowledge, has anyone filed a complaint about desecration on Mauna Kea?
Yes.
Did you file one?
Yes.
Has anyone contacted you to follow up on your complaint?
No.
How long ago was the complaint filed?
At least a year.
How do you feel the authorities handled this?
I feel ignored.
Do you think your complaint was ignored or taken seriously?
I don't believe that I was taken seriously.
And how does that feel from a cultural standpoint?
Junk.
I imagine. And then I'm going to skip over some passages, but on page 17 to 18, you describe Kepa Mali's letter, and you say that you came to have this letter and the circumstances it reflects. Can you tell us about those circumstances and what that letter means to you?
I read about it. I saw references to it on the internet and Facebook. And I was not very happy that in this case, he was hired to do one thing, and then his work product was used for another project.
Do you think that reflects on the integrity of the university?
I believe so.
Were you one of Mali's informants?
I don't think I was.
Okay. During the time between 2002 and 2017, which is about 15 years, have you been consulted by Kahuku Mauna with regard to your cultural practice?
Not specifically so.
Okay. Have you been contacted by the consultants of the people or the company that developed either the FEIS or the CDUA?
If I recall, I haven't been consulted for my activities as a cultural practitioner.
Were you consulted during the development of the comprehensive management plan?
I believe I made comments, but I don't know that I was consulted as the definition goes.
I believe you and I at Kealoha were listed as having been consulted, and in fact, we made comments during a public hearing, but were never consulted. Is that your recollection?
That's about what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So do you feel that these kinds of assertions that people who have been consulted are therefore giving some kind of complicit permission, or have in fact been consulted? Do you feel that that's appropriate?
Can you restate the question?
I'm wondering, how does it feel to have someone say that they consulted you when you weren't consulted?
When someone says that I've been consulted and I don't believe I had or have been, it doesn't make me feel good.
Okay. I'm just going to look at your supplemental for a second because I wrote my notes on that. I think in the interest of time and everyone's exhaustion, I shall close my questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Manat?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ching.
Hi there.
Pete Manat from the university. Wanted to follow up on the last few questions from Ms. Ward about consultation efforts. Do you recall being contacted by someone from Cultural Surveys Hawaii in 2009 to give interviews related to the project?
I believe I was.
I'm sorry, what was your
I
answer?
believe I was.
All right. Do you recall that your interview materials were part of the consultation process for this project?
With the example that you are using, my position is I was consulted.
All right. Do you recall reviewing the cultural impact assessment documents that are part of the exhibits for this hearing?
Can you ask that again?
Do you recall reviewing the entire CDUA and all the attachments?
I cannot say that I did the entire CDUA and its attachments.
Did you understand that as part of the CDUA there was a cultural impact study that was attached?
I believe so.
Do you recall reading a section in the in that part of the CIS where you were identified as a Hawaii Island kupuna?
I don't specifically remember that.
I'd like to put up on the monitor an entry from Exhibit A5, Part 1, page 92. Should be Exhibit A5, Part 1, page 92.
Oh. I tried both. Warm up.
All right, could you pull the page towards you a little more? Yeah, straight down. All right, do you recognize in the second box from the top your name, Clarence Ching?
Yes.
And you're identified there in the middle box as Hawaii Island Kupuna?
I see it. I don't know that I had identified myself as a kupuna on this. I mean, somebody did. I don't think it was me, but whatever.
Okay. On the far right box, there's a reference to having 3 separate interviews with you. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall having 3 separate interviews with members from CSH as part of the review process?
I don't recall, but if it says 3 times, it's 3 times.
Okay. And you understand that the CIS materials are part of the CDUA process, correct?
I can understand it, yes.
All right, I have no further questions of the witness, but I would like to place an objection on the record about the late submission of the supplemental written direct testimony of Mr. Ching. And we could take it up at the end of the hearing since it is listed as an exhibit, but at that point we would reserve the right to move to strike it as untimely.
It came in January 5th, is that the one?
Yes.
So the idea is there was a request by Mr. Ching and others about supplementation, and I did say for good cause shown that we would consider it. I'm going to let Mr. Shinyama finish his cross and then go to Kahia for their redirect, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Ching while he's up here what his good cause reasons were for the late filing. Okay?
That's acceptable.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shinyama?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ching.
Good afternoon.
You've been referred to by several names during this proceeding. You like the name Ku, is that correct? Or Ku?
I actually like the name Kukaukahi.
Okay, Kukaukahi. And
But
that's
it's hard for people to pronounce and say and all that, and so most people call me Ku for short.
and I just demonstrated that, correct?
Yes, you did.
All right, sounds good. But your legal name is Clarence Ching, is that correct?
My legal name is Clarence Phuc Tam Ching.
Okay, so that's Clarence F.T. Ching.
Yes.
Okay. When I forgot who you were responding to, but in your testimony, you testified that the TMT site, in your opinion, is undeveloped property. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you made that statement, you were making that statement in the context of just focusing on the 5-acre TMT site. Is that correct?
Actually, in my mind, it was that 5-acre site, and on the southeast side, a half mile, and on the other sides of it, many miles.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would you consider the astronomy precinct to be substantially developed?
I cannot, because it is intensely developed in certain areas, but not on the whole area.
Okay. But as a whole, you don't have an opinion one or the other whether or not it is substantially developed?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I actually don't think he did answer my question, Your Honor.
Going to overrule? Please answer, Mr. Ching.
Can you state the question again?
Sure. Just the astronomy precinct as a whole, do you have an opinion one way or the other whether or not it is substantially developed?
On an average density, the area is not substantially developed.
Okay.
On a specific area, it is.
Now, on page 12 and 13 of your written direct testimony, Mr. Ching, you identify your traditional and customary practices. Is that correct?
I believe I talked about part of my practice, yes.
Yeah. And you also talked about how you believe that they are constitutionally protected. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. You do also recognize, though, that those traditional and customary rights are also subject to regulation by the state of Hawaii.
That's what the statute says.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
But that is what the Hawaii State Constitutional Article 12 says. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Now, Mr. Ching, in your testimony, you testify regarding a number of legal issues. Is that correct?
It could be so.
I mean, and you provide criticisms about, for example, this particular legal process. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And when you testify in this regard, you're relying at least partly on your legal background. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you are not a practicing attorney. Is that correct?
I am not.
Are you a licensed attorney?
I am not.
Okay. But at one point in time, you were a practicing attorney out of Oahu. Is that correct?
For at least 14 years.
Okay. And you were licensed at least for those 14 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
During that time period, were you ever disciplined for any reason by the Hawaii Supreme Court?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not relevant to these proceedings.
Goes to impeachment. Overruled.
Well, again, Your Honor, a discipline, so you're talking about a decision that actually a judgment versus an accusation, because that is a distinction. I'd like to make sure it's clear.
The witness can answer the question.
What do you mean by disciplined?
Were you ever suspended for any reason?
I was suspended for 2 years from the practice of law in the state of Hawaii.
Okay. And what was the reason for that suspension?
I believe the principal reason for that was that someone had obtained a judgment against me for not doing what they thought I should do.
And, you know, many times as part of suspensions, in order to come back and practice law, they instill certain or impose certain conditions before you can be reinstated. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, and the condition in that was that after 2 years, I could retake the bar.
Okay. And since that time, have you retaken the bar?
I have not retaken the bar, and the reason is that from that time, or actually from before that time, I had decided to not practice law in the courts, in the state courts, in the Fed courts, because I have problems with jurisdiction.
I have no further questions for you, Ms.
I have problems with jurisdiction.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Ching. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shinyama. Mr. Kayama.
Aloha, Ku. Just a couple of redirect questions. I'm somewhat confused in your testimony about not being consulted, and then in the cross-examination questions by Mr. Manat, there was some concessions, I might say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you may have been interviewed or consulted. Can you explain if there is a distinction or why I might be confused with the answers that you gave?
I can understand why you're confused. I'm confused too. So, yes, there have been attempts at consultation, and I have consulted. There have been other occasions when I have been accused of having been consulted, and I believe in those occasions I was not. In other words, just because I go to a hearing and I don't participate, or I may ask the question, I don't consider that to be a consultation.
Okay. With respect to the document that Mr. Manat had you review that listed your name as Hawaiian Kupuna and speaking about the interviews that you gave,
Yeah.
do you have any reason to doubt the documents in that exhibit that was presented to you?
No.
Okay, so it's possible that during that time, those times, you may have in fact been consulted.
Yes.
Okay, but there's still a distinction in your mind at times where there have been claims that you were consulted, but you do not feel that you were.
That's, yes.
What about the CMP consultation? Did you participate or were you consulted on those?
I don't believe I was consulted. I did present testimony at hearings.
Okay.
Okay, I think I did send in written comments, and there were written explanations.
Okay, all right.
But I believe that these are to my oral questions. And you know, well, okay, so it becomes questionable as to whether, you know, something was a consultation or not. There are many times, for instance, when I don't even sign in, and sometimes my name shows up as being present. So there are all kinds of things like that that happen.
In some previous questions to you about the collection of the Hawaiian, the MaunaKea, the waters, and whether man-made intrusions may impact your collection of those waters. And I think your answer to those questions was, well, you still do the best you can to collect those waters.
Yes.
My question to you is that those man-made intrusions, how does that impact your cultural relationship with the Mauna?
There is a negative impact, and it's significant to me, but it's not something that I can enumerate.
So again, it is significant to you.
Yes.
And what about, how does that impact your spiritual relationship with the Mauna?
It has a similar effect.
Okay, thank you. You also, in response to some questions, you spoke about UH paying for the EIS.
Yes.
But you said you weren't able to prove it.
Yes, I believe that it's in the transcript of the first contestant case hearing, but I haven't had time, or or has it been available to me, and so I have not been able to find that. But my memory says that the occasion happened.
I see. So you believe that part of that proof might be in the transcripts from the previous contested case hearing?
That's what I believe.
Okay. My question would have been, what would you need to prove that?
The transcript.
I think in some questions by Mihana Kehoi, you were speaking about the restrictions, your access restrictions.
Yes.
And I think you gave a few examples about you being personally restricted, your access being restricted.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, how do you reconcile your personal experiences with the restrictions, or can you reconcile your personal experiences with the restrictions to the proposed mitigation measures that has been offered?
Can you try that again?
Yes, I'll try to do better. Again, we are talking about your personal experiences with
Yes.
restrictions. How do you reconcile that with the proposed mitigation measures?
I have difficulties.
Okay. Would you be able to expand on that a little more? What kind of difficulties do you have with that?
When the university commits to not restrict our access to the mountain, and then actually restricts us from the mountain for reasons such as health and safety, and in which I don't recognize any such any threats. And even with my saying I will sign a disclaimer, I have still been restricted from the mountain on occasion.
Okay, and I was looking at it more in the terms of whether it's OMKM or other administrative agencies complying with the mitigation measures or the proposed mitigation measures. How do you reconcile that?
On July 5th, 2015, there was a blockade, so to speak, and they were both MaunaKea Rangers and I believe armed Docare officers that impeded our driving up the mountain.
Okay, did you complete? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so you're fine with that. Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether your personal experiences with restriction is any indication of OMKM or other administrative agencies, forgive me, this might be living up to their part of the deal in ensuring that those proposed mitigation measures are followed?
Can you ask that again?
Okay, I'll try. With your personal experiences, and what I'm getting at is, do you have an opinion as to how that might reflect on the OMKMs or other administrative agencies, related administrative agencies, complying in the future with those proposed mitigation measures?
I cannot predict what they will. I cannot predict what they will do in the future. All I can tell you is what has happened in the past.
Okay. Okay. Finally, just as an explanation, you indicated that you did not retake the bar, and you mentioned that you had a issue with the jurisdiction. Lastly, can you expand on why that issue that made you decide not to retake the bar?
Well, it's a long story, and of course, a lot of stories don't really happen, or they don't. The whole story doesn't come out. Specifically, what happened was, I had some people approach me about possibly representing them in an auto accident. I told them I would think about it, and I thought about it, and I did not give them a definitive answer that I would represent them. There was no client-attorney agreement made. There was no down payment made, and all of that. And I didn't think that I had actually assumed being their attorney on this case. Yet they took me to court. I refused to show up, so I defaulted, and that was used to suspend my license. What is interesting is that I tried to get them to disbar me because I didn't want to practice law in the state of Hawaii or the feds from then on, and it all ended with a suspension from which I have never tried to retake the bar.
Okay. And you mentioned jurisdiction, just to expand on. What was the last part of it? Why was jurisdiction the issue as you raised for not retaking the bar? I think you gave us a better indication of what your story was, but I think you ended with jurisdiction, so I'm just not sure if that's something to ask as the final part of the question, or?
Okay, I believe that Hawaii is not part of the United States, as there has been no treaty of annexation, and that presently the situation is that Hawaii is an occupied country by the United States.
Thank you, Ku. I have no further redirect questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kayama. Mr. Ching, thank you very much. You're released.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kayama?
Your Honor, as I understand it, the witnesses for January 30th will be, and I'm not sure if this is the correct order, but I believe it is Mr. E. Kalani Flores, Deborah Ward, Kealoha Pishoda, and Mr. Paul Neves.
What about Ruth Alawa?
Because of her schedule, she has been rescheduled to January 31st.
Okay, so it's, tell me again, I'm sorry.
Mr. E. Kalani Flores,
Yes,
Deborah Ward,
yes.
Kealoha Pishoda, and Mr. Paul Neves. For the 31st,
May I ask you about Mr. Neves? The reason I'm asking is, you know, I think he was sick. I know he was sick earlier. I don't know if he needs a specific time to testify.
I might ask Kealoha to respond to that.
He's trying to recover still, but he's ready, he said, and he will just do his best to be here.
Well, I think it would be best if we could give him a time certain.
Okay.
That's what I'm suggesting, so he doesn't have to wait and not go.
In that case, Your Honor, I might suggest, because reasonably, Mr. Flores and Ms. Ward will probably take most of the day. So if that is okay, we will scratch Mr. Neves from the 30th. But I don't think they're on the 30th. Your Honor, I reasonably believe that Mr. Kalani Flores and Ms. Deborah Ward will take the entire day, both of them.
It's going to depend, frankly, on appropriate objections, which have not been coming, and I intend to be
Okay.
more watchful about that.
In speaking with Ms. Pishota, we will still list Mr. Neves then as the witness following Ms. Ward, and then Ms. Pishota following if for some reason we conclude with Mr. Neves. Ms. Pishota has also said that Mr. Neves is ready and prepared to reappear on the following day, the 31st, if we do not either get to him or conclude with him on the 30th.
I understand. Thank you.
So with that understanding, the witnesses for the 31st would be Ms. Ruth Alawa.
And what time would she start? Would she be the first witness? If we put her as the first witness, there's the best chance for her to go.
And yes, if that is fine with everyone here, we would suggest that Ms. Alawa go first.
It's your call. This is your presentation, so.
Okay. So then I will say that Ms. Alawa would be our first witness on the 31st.
Great, 9 o'clock on the 31st.
Yes, followed by Mr. Neves, if he has not been completed or started, and then Ms. Kealoha Pishota, if she has not been completed or started on the 30th.
All right. With that understanding, then will MaunaKea, Anainaho, and Kahea be resting?
I do have one other item to raise with you, and that is Mr. Brian Cruz. And you asked me to confer and report back to you. After conferring with Ms. Aluli and everyone else, Ms. Aluli states that Mr. Cruz was not withdrawn as a witness, but he was recognized as being identified as a rebuttal witness. And that is on our filings, the collective filings of the Mauna Kea Hui.
I'm not making any rulings on rebuttal witnesses.
Well, I'm just reporting back the question that was asked. So he's not going to be called, he's identified as a rebuttal witness.
All right, let me summarize.
Okay,
He's not going to be called in your case in chief, correct?
that is correct.
So my very specific question, will MaunaKea, Anainaho, and Kahea be resting?
Again.
It does not foreclose rebuttal witnesses,
Right, okay.
but there's no guarantee either.
Right. Yes, I think Ms. Pashota is the last one that's scheduled. So once we conclude with Ms. Pashota, then Kahea and the Mauna Kea Hui, Ainainaho Hui, will be resting their cases. That is correct.
All right, so you've got E. Kalani Flores, Ms. Ward, Mr. Neves, Ms. Pishota,
And Ms. Alawa.
Ruth Alawa, and that's it.
That is correct.
Once those witnesses have finished,
Right.
then you're resting your case in chief.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm only asking because then I move to Ms. Kihoy. That's all.
Yes.
Mr. Cruz, if you folks are able to lay appropriate foundation for his being called as a rebuttal witness, we'll work on that down the road.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, Ms. Kihoy? Oh. So that being the case, it looks like your case is going to start on the 13th.
February.
Yes, ma'am.
That's fine.
So who are you going to be calling on the 13th?
Myself, Havane Rios, Sarah Kihoy, and Lena Alice Lightholm.
As to Miss Slightholm, it sounds like she needs to be with her family. Again, I wonder that you might consider locking in a time for her.
Okay.
So that she can be sure to go.
I can find, I should have done that earlier, but I will find out right now.
So my suggestion would be, if you start her at 9 o'clock, that's the best chance of finishing her
Okay.
that day.
Okay.
So I see, and after these four witnesses testify, and I'm not saying they'll all finish on the 13th. My direct question to you is, are these your only four witnesses for your case in chief?
I have Dr. Keave Koholokula He has a very restricted schedule, and I think the only day that he would be able to appear is February 23rd. And he's also a witness for Tiffany Kakalia.
So his name is Dr.
Keave Koholokula.
And so he would be a joint witness for yourself and Ms. Kakalia?
Yes.
And subject to that calling, you're arresting?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And then after you, it would be... Apparently, Mr. Kanuha sent something, but I didn't... If it's sent to me, I don't open it. And I haven't seen it uploaded. So I think it may have come late, and it has to be uploaded this weekend. He's not here today. I was very clear in my order.
Yeah.
Has anybody heard anything about who he's going to call? Okay, no response.
I think he is trying to call one witness at least.
Does he have a written direct testimony in? Because if there isn't any, there's no witness.
Okay. I think they're checking. I just had one thing I needed to share with you. I did try to get a hold of Joseph Kuali'i Kamara, and he also sent you something.
Maybe it was
regarding
him.
his two witnesses.
So, Mr. Kanuha, I don't have anything right now.
Okay.
Nor do I have anything from Mr. Kamara.
Okay.
But you're saying Mr. Kamara tried to do something about?
Yes, he did regarding his two witnesses, and he said that he will, yield to whatever you decide. And so that's all I know. That he did send you an email, and he hadn't heard back anything, so he wasn't sure if it was received. So is there something, should I tell him to send to Mr. Kane to upload?
Well, right now, if they're not here, they're not going to present witnesses. So they can file their own motions or whatever. It's always the same way. Give it to Mr. Kane, he'll upload it, I look at it. That's what we have to do.
Okay, he works for DLNR, and he's in Kohala, so that's why he couldn't come, but he did send it.
Wait, who works for DLNR?
Mr. Kamara. Anyways.
It's okay, I'm learning a lot every day.
Yeah. Anyways, so he had sent, so I'm not sure.
It's okay, I don't want to waste time. Nobody knows, they're not here, we need to move on. So CM Kanuha is not here, Joseph Kamara is not here.
Yes, Debbie said they both have pre-hearing statements, which they think are their written direct as well, so.
Well,
Okay.
They're not here to tell me that either. So it's pretty difficult to be guessing, because I need to get to the next person so that they can schedule their witnesses.
Yeah, I do believe he sent it this week, because he didn't want to
He's not here.
acknowledge. Yeah. Okay.
So, Ms. Pishota, thank you. Thank you very much, but they're not here. Mr. Sinkin?
Just an observation, I thought I had seen something. Mr. Kanuha did file a declaration from a Mr. Perez that is actually testimony.
Written direct testimony?
It's the equivalent of, it's a declaration. And that is actually posted.
And thank you for that. But again, he's not here to tell us what that is and whether he intends to go forward on it. But I do appreciate your pointing it out. So we're going to move on, and the next person will be perpetuating unique educational opportunities. So I'm about to set out the 14th and 15th. I think you have 5 or 6 witnesses.
Judge, we listed 5 witnesses, but at present, we may be down to 3.
Okay.
And the reason, I can give you the reasons if the court
It doesn't
is
matter.
interested.
Everybody can make their own choices about who they're going to call. I don't need to have a reason.
So
You can
14th.
call who you want to, as long as we have written direct testimonies, then everyone knows what the testimony is going to be. That's why it's such a big deal that these other guys aren't here. I don't know, and I can't tell you folks how to prepare. So, Mr. Ashina, go forward with your three, please.
Yeah, the 14th, we'll call Elroy Osorio as the first witness, Richard Ha as the second witness, and Keahi Warfield as the third witness. Judge, I'm still checking on the health of one of our witnesses, Mr. Patrick Ahavai Ola'a, and if I do call him, he would be the third witness right before Mr. Warfield. I'll check again today to see his situation.
I pretty much left it to everybody to put their order out, the order of the witnesses out, except that I do recommend if you have someone who needs to go, the best shot is 9 o'clock. So if his health is an issue and you need to, if he's able to present, my best recommendation is put him first.
Understood, Your Honor.
It's your call, but it looks like that's our best
All right.
way. So that being the case, I'll give you the 14th then, and any spillover might take us to the 15th.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Slightholm, I understand why she's not here today, and I accept that there's a good reason. And my only question is, does she intend to call witnesses?
Yes.
And who will they be?
Noi Noi Goodyear and Nelson Ho. And she had requested if she could present after Mr. Freitas, if that's possible, if she could be taken out of order.
You know, that might not be a bad idea, just because I think wait, no. Oh, actually, she's going to be coming on the 13th anyway, right? So I was thinking about trying to put it together, but and the reason is, why does she want to go after Mr. Freitas?
Just to just be more stabilized, I think, with her situation at home, and to make her husband a little more secure in what's happening right now.
But she's coming to testify on the 13th.
Mm-hmm. And I think that she's only allowed to stay for a certain amount of time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And she did communicate that 9 o'clock on that morning would be best for her.
Okay, let me think on this and see where we are with everyone else.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Yes, Ms. Pishota?
I just wanted to say I totally understand the scheduling problem and all of that. And I don't want to add any more problems, but I just want to just say one last thing, that I know some of the people are just working and they're really trying their best. And I'm just saying that I think that they don't have that many witnesses, and you know, I just don't see any injury if we could try to get them in, as long as they adhere to at least
Well, Ms. Pishota,
the
here's the
48-hour
thing.
rule.
Everybody's a proponent of their own case. So if they want to try to get somebody in, they know what they have to do that. I'm not,
And is that to file a motion or?
well, they have to figure that out. My best guess is file a motion.
Okay.
And then we'll see it. Hopefully, they've laid out good cause reasons why they weren't present today. But if they weren't present today and they don't have written direct testimonies, we have a bit of a problem.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll just communicate.
And I do want to say this before moving forward. The other day, I foreclosed the testimony of a witness that had come from Honolulu. I didn't like doing that. But here is what's happening. I don't look at the written direct testimonies till the night before. So I don't know what's being said. Honestly, I won't look at them until you're just about ready to go, because it's a lot. I don't read them all the way and then come back to them. So I didn't know until the night before. So what I'm saying here is, if you have to bring them from the mainland or Honolulu or incur a cost of some kind, please be sure, if there's any doubt in your mind, well, is she going to let this one testify? Bring it up, and then I'll ask for an offer of proof, and then I can tell you in advance. But I don't know until the night before, so I just want to let you know that. Everybody should know that, okay?
Yeah.
But thank you for your help.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Kanaile, you have something before I get to Mr. Sinkin?
Yeah, I just want to just lodge a small complaint. Again, it's been a little bit too litigious for people. Again, we're not getting paid. We have a life of our own. Most of the opposition get paid. We maybe have one or two people here get paid. I just want to just say those few things that you have the latitude to give that extra to the people who cannot be here today.
And Mr.
But I just want to
Kanaile,
just say that.
I want to respond to that
Okay,
because
okay.
we have acknowledged the inconveniences.
Yeah, I mean, acknowledging and, really looking at it and following through it is two different things.
There's latitude, but there's got to be a reason so that everybody
I
gets
think
treated.
working is, excuse me. Go ahead.
Well,
Finish.
we've excused you, and when you've come, we've taken you when you've come. It's because you are working and because you have the courtesy of letting us know. So I get it, but it's pretty hard to hear a broad representation with really the people that are impacted are not here to explain anything. So I can't do anything right now
Well,
except to
you
go
could,
forward.
Well, later on, I'll wait a couple more days. If this show up, would be good. If not, it's
I'll
all the
think
same.
about it.
Okay,
But
thank you.
right now, I don't want to waste any more time. People need to be moving on, as you say.
I mean, like I said again, none of us getting paid. You guys getting paid. So who's wasting time here? It's not us. We don't want to got to.
Well, right
Gotta-
now,
gotta
we're
hang-
wasting
hang in
time.
the air.
I need to get to Mr. Sinkin.
I just wanted to launch that. Thank you.
We're doing so well, Mr. Sinkin. Your witnesses?
The Temple of Lono intends to call Kahuna Frank Tameameha Kamealoha Anu'u Mealani Nobriga as its only witness. The temple requests that the Kahuna be scheduled as the last witness in the direct testimonies to be heard in this proceeding. After decades of experiencing suppression of his traditional faith, he is scheduled for major heart surgery in New York in the next week or so. His surgeon is one of the best in the country, so we are confident of his successful recovery. He is determined to return to Hilo in time to testify in this proceeding. And based on what you just said, we would ask for clarity on whether he will be allowed to testify regarding the attack by the university on the Temple of Lono.
Quite frankly, I don't think that's relevant or material, but when there's a party witness, if you will, testifying, I've given a lot of leeway. Because I
Based on
think,
what you just said, I thought I better check.
well, it's a good idea, but I think he has other things to testify about. He wouldn't be foreclosed about the other issues that I think you're going to be offering.
But what about that issue? I want to prepare him. I need to know what he can testify to. I'd be happy to put something on paper or whatever suits you.
Well,
And we don't have to decide it today.
it's not, is that issue in his written direct testimony?
I do believe it is.
Okay, if it's there, I'll let it go, and you can take care of it. And everybody has an opportunity to cross. You'll have an opportunity to redirect. So I think the process will allow a fairness to that issue, and that's fine.
Okay.
Please don't consider that a pre-ruling, but my initial inclination is, if it's there,
We're okay. If it's not there, I'll come back and figure something out.
right, and we're not going to take 2 hours on it, right?
No.
Good.
So just, do you understand why he made the request to be last? We hope he'll be
I
well
do.
enough at that time to testify. If not, if he's the last and can't show up, we're done.
And you understand that you're the second person to ask to
I
be
do.
last.
I heard
So
that.
let me think on that, and I hear you, and I do think that's good good reason to go as late as possible.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kanaile, do you have any witnesses?
Just myself and Kahu Otarangi Refuel Carol.
And
All other witnesses had some mental and personal problems.
Did you submit any written direct testimony for, oh, the only one I got here is from somebody named Carol?
Yeah.
That, and we couldn't quite download it, but if you could,
Yeah, I tried it again.
and so you're going to work with Mr. King, because
Yes.
we have to all be able to read it. So Carol's the only one I see, but I don't even have a written direct testimony from you.
I have it in the, see, I was going to use my pre-hearing statement as it.
Okay, I got
Then
it.
I just write, I'm going to put an addendum.
Great. So everybody knows that your written direct testimony is in your pre-hearing statement.
But
That's
I'm adding to
acceptable.
that too. Yeah, that's-
I'm sorry?
I'm going to add a little, just the history in front of it.
Well, if you're going to supplement, you need to give a good reason for the supplementation. And I forgot to ask Mr. Ching about that. I apologize. Let's take it up on Monday. All right, but if you're going to supplement, there needs to be a good reason why it wasn't in before. Okay?
Yeah. I'll
All right.
probably be in the afternoon again, yeah.
So you're, but,
Work until, it's the third day. You got about maybe 9 more days.
well, we're talking about February already. So
I should be open.
your witness Carol, is that person here?
Yeah, he lives there.
Okay. And so your testimony and Carol's testimony are the two witnesses that you would have?
Yeah, that's it.
Nobody else?
Could be, well, like I said in my other thing, that somebody might come up that I've been trying to get in touch and haven't, that would probably be Clifford Capono.
And you don't have any written direct testimony from Mr. Capono?
I've just seen him the other day, finally, and he said he'll send it to me, and I'll do the appropriate motion and.
And you
receive
have, has he been listed as a witness in your witness lists?
No.
Okay, so that's two things, right?
Yeah, I should have put him in, but I wanted to get the guarantee people on.
Okay, you need to, I can't guarantee anything, okay, because it's subject to the motions. But would you be able to go on the 15th of February?
Yeah, I should be able to.
So why don't we start you at 9 o'clock? And so you have Carol, yourself, and in your
And
case,
possibly Clifford Capono.
the last name?
Cupono.
Cupono.
I mean, K-A-P-O-N-O.
Okapono. And first
Capono,
name is Clifford.
Clifford, yeah.
Okay, so you would begin on the 15th, subject to everybody having completed before you. Okay?
Sounds great.
So that's where you need to get your witnesses ready to go. All right?
Thank you.
All right. After Mr. Kanaile, Ms. Kakalia, you're next. Finally today, huh? Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
Okay, I have a few things. I didn't add myself to the my own witness list.
But did you submit a written direct testimony?
I put it in as my opening statement.
And it's filed?
Yes. And I didn't realize I had to be on my own witness list. So
Well,
I'm not on
the
my-
main thing is filing a written direct testimony.
Yes, well, like I said, I put it in as an opening statement, but that's my testimony. And it's filed.
And do you remember the day it was filed?
Oh,
Thank you. I just want to make it 10/11. I just want to make it easy for people to find, that's all.
okay.
And so who else is your witness besides yourself?
I have Dr. Tammy Noy Pereira, and she's only available on Tuesday, February 21st. She's from off island.
And her, maybe I should ask you for an offer of proof if you know. Do you have a written direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't read it, but can you tell me what she's going to testify about?
She's my sister, and she's going to be talking about our family practice. She's also a clinical psychologist, and her discipline is in cultural trauma.
Okay, and her last name is spelled?
Perreira.
So Dr. Pereira, and she has to come on the 21st.
Yes.
Okay.
I also have Keahi Tahon.
Can you spell the last name, please?
T-A-J-O-N.
Okay.
And he is available on the 22nd or 23rd.
Ms. Kakalia, it's impossible to put all the witnesses scattered all over the place. We wouldn't have been able to do it with everyone, so why are
I
these
tried
people?
to estimate with all the people in front of me around what that week. That would be the end part.
It's still a month away, so is there any chance that these folks can change their schedules so that they can be testifying together?
I can ask Keahi
Okay.
if he can be on the 21st, and that would be myself, Dr. Pereira, and him.
Those are your only three witnesses?
My other is Keave Kaholokula, which he has a date.
That's the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. So let me finish with everybody else and
Okay.
see what's best.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. One more thing, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I don't think I was here when the offer from Mr. Kayama or Ms. Aluli was to assist with the cross for myself.
Yes.
Can I be part of that? Okay.
Sure.
Mahalo.
Well, if you don't mind,
Conf-
where is? Can I ask you to ask them, because it is a
Yes.
courtesy that they're extending?
Yes, yes.
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Remind me, though, I have a lot to remember.
I will, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vicente, you didn't have any witnesses named? No witnesses. Not even? Don't ask me for a subpoena, because I'm not going there. I'm just telling you. All right. And then somebody said something about Mr. Kealoha, but again, he didn't submit any written direct testimonies, so I have nothing to go on. Oh, Ms. Ward?
I note in the evidentiary hearing submittals that he did do a written direct, and I looked at it. He did a pre-hearing statement, which
Oh.
looks to me a lot like a written direct.
Okay, here again, I think I should take his representation, because if you're wrong, then we have a problem, right? But I appreciate your attempt to help. So I'm going to bypass Mr. Kealoha and go to Mrs. Freitas. I saw something, but it was like, I saw something in the website. I'm not clear on what it was. He was demanding something, but he needs to, you can see what we're doing right now and why it is so necessary to have you present so that we can give you some good indications of where the witnesses can come. Not set in concrete, because that's not how we can do, that's not how we do these things. It has to be flexible a little bit, but at least you'll have an idea. So Mrs. Freitas, your witnesses?
Yes, I have Susan Roser, Nancy Monroe, Mihana Kihoy, and myself, Cindy Freitas. And I also asked Dexter Kayama if he can do my objection and my redirect when I'm on cross.
Okay, and so
And he said, okay.
But if Mr. Kayama's not here, Ms. Aluli?
He's going to talk to Ms. Aluli too.
Okay, So I'll repeat this. Nancy Roser?
Yes.
Sorry,
no,
Susan
Susan
Roser.
Roser.
Nancy Monroe,
Yes.
Mahana Kihoy,
Yes.
and yourself.
Yes.
And as to each of them, you have written direct testimonies?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind going on the 16th of
Sure.
February? Is that okay with you?
Yes. I'll let them know. And if any is subject to change, may I reserve the right to bring it to your attention?
Of
'Cause
course.
Nancy is on the mainland and she won't return to the 29th of this month.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Freitas?
Okay. Yesterday I explained that the 16th would be available for Mr. Johnson, Greg Johnson.
Yes.
And the status of, well, if he explained that, let me read what, he told me to read this to you, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Okay. Okay. If it looks like the hearing will go several more weeks, then March 2nd are the best for him.
I don't think we're going into March. Right now, we're scheduled to finish, if this goes according to plan, and of course, it's subject to rebuttal and subject to other things, like motions. It looks like we'll finish on the 23rd.
23rd.
Right.
Okay.
I think, right now,
I have two witnesses.
I know.
I have Ron Fujioshi
Yes, sir.
and Greg Johnson.
Yes, so how can we accommodate your, Mr. Johnson?
Okay. He just texted me, he said 16th is fine.
Okay, so do you mind sharing with Mrs. Freitas? Perhaps
Okay.
we can take your witness out of order on the 16th.
Take my witness out of order on the 16th?
16th, right, because she has 4 witnesses that
Okay.
day. So and then I thought we would add yours, take him out of order to be sure we can finish him. Because he's the
I
one from
see.
Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And the offer of proof?
probably a good idea.
Okay. Mr. Greg Johnson is a professor of religion. He will address the status of living Hawaiian traditions in context of legal struggle, and he will address the status of the summit, Ahu, in this context.
And he's able to lay a foundation for all of that, his testimony. In
Yes.
other words, how he would know about these things.
Oh, yes.
Okay. That sounds reasonable. Don't hold me to it, but I think it's a good enough basis to put him on.
Okay. And then I'm not really clear about Mr. Fujioshi.
I'm going to give you that in a moment.
All
What
right.
about yourself?
I will follow after them.
So you are testifying as well?
Yes.
And as to Mr. Fujiyoshi and yourself, we have written direct testimonies?
Yes.
Perfect. I'd like to give you the 22nd.
22nd, okay, for Mr. Fujioshi?
And you.
Oh. What date is the 22nd? I mean, day.
I think it's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yes. Not okay?
I'll make it work.
For you?
For me. Yes.
Or you can switch off with maybe one of Mrs. Freitas's witnesses because she's got the 16th, which is a Thursday, if that's better. I don't have a problem with folks switching off. As we get closer, we'll
Okay.
ask you to lock it down.
All right. And then, okay, I have a question because I'm representing myself. And so when it comes time for redirect
Yes.
for myself,
Yes.
I just redirect myself?
You
Object
can,
to whatever.
so like everything else, redirect has a purpose.
Okay.
And the purpose of redirect is to address things that came up on cross.
Okay.
So it gets narrower and narrower, right?
So,
we
let
have-
me explain my understanding. So maybe you can understand how I think. But so if, let's say after my testimony, after everyone has a chance.
Your testimony is in writing,
Yes.
okay?
I mean, if UH decides not to even cross-examine me or TIO or perpetuating unique educational opportunities.
Well, quite frankly, sometimes the clarification comes from questions that were asked by other people too. I'm not limiting it to that. Everyone is the same, in my eyes, as a cross-examiner, so it's up to you. But the
So I
point,
can object to their questions?
you can, but you might have heard Mr. Ching say how difficult that is when you're testifying. And that's why,
That's why I'm trying to
well, that's
figure
why,
this out.
that's why he asked for some help with, from Mr. Kayama or Ms. Aluli, so that they can keep track of what's being said and object when appropriate, and also to redirect where appropriate. Because it is difficult to kind of, you need to take notes and, oh, I want to clarify this on redirect or something like that. It's not too easy. You have to multitask.
Well, they offered their services, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't get offered yet, so I'll just hold it at that record.
I think you might not have been here when Ms. Aluli actually offered everyone.
Oh, she did? I thought she just offered Idaho and...
No, she offered
Oh.
everybody, and Ms. Kihoy took it, said yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I might have went to work.
Could be. So you can ask them.
I'll consult with them.
It's a good idea.
Okay.
All right, so anything else for you right now?
So Uncle Ron will be on 23rd,
He's on the 22nd.
22nd.
You and he are on the 22nd.
Okay. All right. We'll just keep it at that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so this is what I have so far. And tell me if it works. Please keep track. I don't intend to put this in an order. It's a living being. So, on the 30th, which is Monday, we have, you can have a
Oh,
seat.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Kalani Flores, Ms. Ward, Mr. Neves, Ms. Pishota. On the 31st, we have Ruth Alawa and any other remaining party witnesses who didn't testify the day before. And after that, MaunaKea Anainaho and Kahea believe they may be resting. On the 13th, we start with Ms. Kihoy. It doesn't have to be at 9 o'clock, but I'm just listing the people that you're going to call. So we have Ms. Kihoy, Havani Rios, Sarah Kihoy, and Lena, pardon me, Lena Ala Slightholm. On the 14th, we have Elroy Azorio, Richard Ha, possibly Patrick Kahavai Ola'a, and Ke'ahi Warfield. On the 15th, we have Mr. Carroll, Mr. Kanaile, and possibly Clifford Capono. On the 16th, we have Susan Roser, Nancy Monroe, Mehana Kihoy, and Cindy Freitas, and we have Greg Johnson. And Ms. Freitas, I hope it's okay. We'll probably take Greg Johnson out of order since he's from the mainland. So we have to try to finish him if we can. Okay? Did I miss somebody?
Just wondering if you wanted me to testify on 2 occasions instead of just one, like Ruth is doing.
No, just one.
Okay, so you scheduled me for that last one too with Ms. Freitas, because I'm presenting myself as a witness on the 13th.
You're right. Ms. Freitas, maybe that's, I didn't catch that. Thank you.
Okay.
When you present Ms. Kihoy on the 13th, my expectation will be she will also be presenting herself. So we will consider the written direct testimony, and I think in this case it's the same. So it would make sense that you would be a witness for both Ms. Freitas and yourself. Okay. So I'm going to take Mehana Kihoy off the 16th.
Okay, I'll take her off, but I'm going to remove her first written testimony and put in the one that she has now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, do what you have to do, but be sure
I'm gonna submit
everyone
them.
gets a copy so they
Yes.
can be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? I mean, you folks know how important those written direct testimonies are. That's why we have to be sure that everyone has a copy, okay? Let me finish, where was I? On the 15th. Then the 16th, we have Ms. Kakul, pardon me. No, the 16th I just gave to Ms. Freitas, but we took off Mehana Kihoy, who testified on the 13th. And then on the 21st, which is the next day, this is where I'm going to put you in, Ms. Kakul.
I just got a text from my sister, and she can do the 23rd. So can Keahi Tahon. So then I could do all of mine on the 23rd, because that's when Keawe Kaholokula is scheduled.
Yes. Okay.
And then I won't have mixed dates. Thank you.
Okay, so we have this one out. 16th. No, we'll check with you the week before as we get closer. So I was going to put Dr. Keholokua with Kahuna Nobriga, because that is the last day. But right now we have an opening on the 21st. Do you think that's okay, Mr. Sinkin, or the 23rd is pretty full?
I really have no way of judging the recovery time or when he'll be flying back here or what his capacity will be. But the 21st it's the 21st. The 23rd is the last day on your schedule, right? So let's put him on the 21st and he'll try and make it.
Okay, great. So right now I only have Kahuna Nobriga on the 21st. And then on the 22nd we have Mr. Fujiyoshi and William Freitas. And I think that's everybody's witnesses. Did I? Oh. Who said Mrs. Holy? Thank you. I should have remembered that myself. I think I'm going to schedule, I'll ask her if it's okay, but I'm going to schedule her for the 21st. She won't be exactly last, but close enough. And you said Lena Ala Slightholm? She has 2 witnesses. And do you happen to know who they are?
Noi Goodyear
Yes,
and Nelson Hall.
that's right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to add them to the 21st. So on the 21st, we have Kahuna Nobriga, Goodyear, and Nelson Ho. On the 22nd, we have Fujiyoshi, William Freitas, and Mrs. Holy. And the 23rd, we have Keholokua, Dr. Pereira, Keahi Tahon, and Ms. Kakalia. Okay, did I miss anybody?
Judges, I mentioned earlier, I have to leave on the 9th and I'll be back on the 23rd. So the cross-examinations will be a good bit shorter.
Well, we'll miss you, Ms. Ward. Don't worry. So, I mean, we've filled all the slots through the 23rd. We do have 2 additional days that we blocked out, but the sooner we can finish, the better for everybody, I think. And I'll leave those days. I'm not taking them off yet, and we have the last 2 days of February, the 27th and 28th, I think. So, but I'm not planning to use those days except for possibly rebuttal. And I don't know what the other guys who aren't here are going to do. So we'll just have to see. So any questions or anything else right now? Mr. Manat, you're good? Mr. Shinyama? No? Oh, Mr. Sinkin?
Can you, when will we be discussing rebuttal witnesses so we have time to bring them in and that kind of thing?
Yeah, my thinking is that we would probably have to deal with the rebuttal requests probably on the 16th or so
On the 16th?
of February. That's as late as we can go, I think.
And they would then come at the end?
We'd have to put them at the end because they should testify after all the witnesses for the case in chief.
Right.
And that's what's going to give you the basis for rebuttal.
Right.
So
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
counting on the last 3 days as not presenting anything new, but if there is something that comes up and additional rebuttal is requested, I'll deal with it then.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Freitas?
So again, I'm new to this, so I understood that after all the cross-examinations are done, then we proceed into rebuttal. Is that what I understand?
Rebuttal is not guaranteed. Rebuttal, there has to be a basis to ask for a
Right.
rebuttal witness. Essentially,
Okay.
if this is someone that you could have called in your case in chief and you didn't, tough. But if there was some surprise that came up in testimony that no one anticipated, that's the purpose of bringing rebuttal. So let's use as an example, I've forgotten his name now, the lawyer Frankel. He was named as a rebuttal witness, but truly, he was a witness in your case in chief to address the issues that were raised by Callies. So it wouldn't have been a true rebuttal. He was named that way, but he would have been, because you knew what Callies was coming for a long time. So you would have named him as your witness, gotten the written direct, etc.
So if I had a rebuttal witness for UH cultural monitor, such as Wally Shibashi, I was supposed to file that already? I thought was at the end of all the cross-examination. That's my understanding.
Well, rebuttal witnesses are really designed to rebut something that came up rather unexpectedly. That's what a rebuttal witness is.
So-
Anyway, we're holding up everybody, and I'm sorry to do this, but I wanted to finish this. And Mr. Sinkin, when we get together on Monday, I will set out a a schedule for the rebuttal requests, and then response, and then when we're going to hear it. Okay? Everybody, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry to have held you up.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project. A proceeding for the State of Hawaii, DLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.